Chapter 510. Su Yu could not help but laugh bitterly. He could only think of another way to block it. Before long, Su Yu felt a huge amount of cultivation base seeping out of Lu Chuyi's body. This cultivation base was continuously entering Su Yu's body through the spell. In an instant, Su Yu understood the theory behind the secret technique of yin-yang. The cultivation base of an almighty divine master was shared between Lu Chuyi and Su Yu. At the same time, the spell beneath their feet could conceal their auras, so the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion would not detect them. But how could a mere human king withstand the cultivation base of an almighty divine master? Given the current situation, once the cultivation base entered her body, there was a 100% chance that her cultivation base would regress. Su Yu panicked. Seeing the impending danger, a thought flashed in his mind. This was not the first time he had encountered someone else's cultivation base. Hadn't Xinge done it before? Bloodline of the evil ghost. Su Yu thought. He had found a way out. The moment the cultivation base entered his body, the bloodline of the evil ghost activated, swallowing the cultivation base that had entered his body. Crack! The appearance of the bloodline of the evil ghost messed up the secret technique of yin-yang. The spell beneath their feet cracked. Lu Chuyi, who had been releasing her cultivation base, suddenly turned pale, spitting out a mouthful of blood. She had suffered the backlash of the spell. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock. "My cultivation base, what did you do?" But before she could finish her sentence, her face turned red, and she spat out another mouthful of blood. At the same time, the backlash of the spell caused her consciousness to become hazy. Her expression changed. Not good. The secret technique of yin-yang has been interrupted. The yin and yang energies are in chaos. Yin and yang energies? Without waiting for Su Yu to understand, he also felt his mind become hazy. A powerful evil thought grew, like weeds. At this moment, he suddenly understood what the yin and yang energies were. The chaos of yin and yang required yin and yang to complement each other. In other words, the two of them had fallen into a state of confusion. In no time, the two of them hugged in the light. When the yin and yang energies returned to normal, Lu Chuyi looked at the blue sky with lifeless eyes, like a destroyed puppet. Gradually, her beautiful eyes became misty, and her body trembled slightly due to sorrow. She looked miserable and sorrowful. His tightly pursed lips were unable to suppress the sadness in his chest, and his lips trembled. After a while, she could no longer suppress the pain of losing her precious first time. She covered her face and burst into tears. She said in a mournful tone, "I'm sorry, Brother Taishiu." She had called out another man's name. At that moment, Su Yu also came to his senses. His lips were filled with bitterness. Unintentionally, he seemed to have snatched away a woman's virginity, which was highly valued by her. Moreover, it was a woman whose heart belonged to someone else. Perhaps Brother Taishu was the man she was planning to give her virginity to. However, it had been mercilessly taken away by Su Yu. Sorry. Su Yu could only apologize. Although to a large extent, this woman had only herself to blame. It was a fact that Su Yu had taken away her most precious virginity. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuyi's body gradually stopped trembling and crying. Her teary eyes were gradually filled with murderous intent. It was true murderous intent. Perhaps she did not like to kill before, or perhaps she was compassionate. But at this moment, she who had her most precious first time taken away really wanted to kill someone. Me. Hate. You. Lu Chuyi clenched her teeth, enunciating each word. The hatred came from her heart, the hatred clearly penetrating Su Yu's heart. Su Yu felt an indescribable sense of loss. He thought back to before the sea of blood, to the stubborn figure who had looked death in the eye without hesitation. He thought back to the Ice Soul divine dream spell, the snow hut and the night they had hugged. Su Yu sighed. Those scenes no longer existed. In Lu Chuyi's eyes, which were filled with hatred, Suyu saw a stranger to the man named Great Void. Whoosh! Lu Chi's body was covered by a layer of spiritual light, covering her beautiful body and beautiful face. But what could not be covered was the hatred that could not be erased. Die! Lu Chi, who was on the verge of insanity, slammed her palm toward Suyu. During this process, his aura soared crazily, and he surpassed the half-god realm, the early-stage fairy realm, the middle-stage fairy realm, and finally the late-stage fairy realm. A terrifying aura that did not belong to the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion soared into the sky. The heavens and earth rumbled, the 5 mountains trembling. It was as if the sun and moon had lost their luster. There was also a tenjong tall, majestic figure standing behind Lu Chi. His features were exactly the same as Lu Chi's. His indifferent eyes seemed to see through everything, emitting a divine light that could destroy the world. His entire body emitted the aura of an almighty divine master, shocking the surroundings. Suyu, who was just inches away, felt the blood in his body churn, his breathing stagnant. He could not move an inch. Is this the power of an almighty divine master? Suyu was shocked, but he let out a deep sigh, his face full of self-mockery. The difference between heaven and earth was once again etched in Suyu's heart. Looking deeply at the crazed Lu Chi, Suyu let out a bitter laugh, slowly closing his eyes. He did not even resist. In front of a divine master, any resistance was futile. The wind from the palm struck. Suyu's body let out a crackling sound, looking like he was about to be crushed. If that palm were to hit him, only death awaited him. Amidst the howling wind, his clothes, which were scattered on the ground, were swept up. A black book fell from his clothes. It was the heavenly crafting secret technique. The crazed Lu Chi glanced at the book, clearly stunned. Her attack toward Suyu turned into a claw, grabbing the book. Chapter 511. When she recalled how Suyu had been signaling her with his eyes after he had been imprisoned, her body shuddered. Clutching the black book, Lu Chi stood motionless until a space energy enveloped her, about to be transported. This book? You intended to give it to me? You were planning to give it to me? Lu Chi's voice had become hoarse because of her hysterical roar. Suyu let out a bitter laugh, not replying. Lu Chi was silent, lowering her head to look at the black book in her hands. She was conflicted. While she had been scheming against Suyu, he had been thinking of her. This shame made Lu Chi unable to do anything. She recalled the first time she had chased after him, when he had risked being struck by her palm to save her. She recalled the illusion spell, the snowy wasteland, and the night in the cold hut. Lu Chi's heart ached, the hatred in her eyes quickly turning misty. When had this youth's figure been imprinted in her heart? After struggling for a moment, the hatred on her face finally melted, replaced by bitterness. In the end, she was the one who had brought this upon herself. She had a greater responsibility for losing her virginity. The transportation was imminent. Lu Chi turned around, grabbing toward the mountain. Wei Kong, who had clearly been at the bottom of the mountain, was pulled out and teleported with her. Lu Chi did not look back, nor did she say a word. She disappeared from the 8th level of the divine pavilion, leaving Suyu with a lonely figure. Lu Chi. Suyu looked at her disappearing figure, his heart empty. There was no longer the joy of surviving a disaster. Whoosh, whoosh, Suyu's expression changed. He put on his clothes, turned, and entered the dense fog. Half a day later, halfway up the mountain, Suyu stood in front of a half-collapsed cave. It looked like the cave had collapsed many years ago. I wonder what kind of legacy this is, Suyu muttered. Suyu muttered to himself. After chasing Lu Chi for a while, he could no longer tell which mountain peak he was on. The cave in front of him could very well be the legacy of this mountain. Suddenly, Suyu's ears shook. A weak sound traveled into his ears from within the cave. His gaze flickered, and Suyu entered the cave. The cave was straight and long. The walls of the cave were dark brown, and both sides were densely covered with grooves of different sizes. A few of them were filled with bottles and cans. Su Yu grabbed one of the bottles and sniffed it. He couldn't help but be slightly surprised, as there was still a faint scent of elixirs left in it. Could it be an elixir from the 5 great legacies? Su Yu raised his brows. Among the 5 great legacies, the legacy of elixirs was undoubtedly the most tempting. If he was lucky enough, he could break through to the fairy realm in one go. What kind of transformation would that be? Su Yu's figure flickered as he entered the cave. He could hear the commotion coming from time to time, and it was getting more and more intense. When he reached the depths of the cave, he scanned it with his transparent eye and immediately saw a man excitedly attacking the stone wall at the end of the cave. That was the end of the cave. Even though it was empty, there were many traces of man-made excavation on the stone walls. It seemed that the people who had entered before also suspected that there might be other pills in the depths of the stone walls, so they were unwilling to dig. Unfortunately, there was nothing. Su Yu scanned the area with his soul eyes and could not help but feel slightly disappointed. The end of the stone wall was indeed a stone wall, and there was no hidden space. It seemed that the legacy of elixirs had indeed been completely excavated by someone. Just as he was about to leave quietly, a rumbling sound could be heard. The man had dug out a large piece of the black-brown stone wall, revealing a snow-white stone wall. The snow-white stone wall seemed to have been inlaid by someone, and there were strange symbols carved on it. It was a spell hidden between the layers of the stone wall. Su Yu was shocked. He had only been paying attention to the hidden space. How could he have expected there to be something else in the stone wall? The man could not help but laugh maniacally. Ha ha ha, Master was right. The legacy of elixirs has not been taken by anyone. There is another universe within the stone wall. As he laughed, the man inserted vital energy into the spell. The spell was activated quickly, transporting him away. Hearing the familiar voice, Su Yu's eyes glowed with a cold light. To think that I would meet Cho Ziming here. Cho Ziming had tried to kill Su Yu twice, but had not succeeded. Su Yu's eyes glowed with a cold light. He inserted spirit energy into the spell and entered it. His feet spun. When Su Yu's feet touched the ground, a cold gust of wind assaulted him, heading straight for the vital parts of his chest. Humph! Su Yu was not surprised. The Eternal Stone King armor appeared. With a loud clang, a sharp object struck Su Yu's chest, creating a series of sparks. Su Yu opened his eyes to see that it was Cho Ziming. He was holding a blood-red dagger in his hand, releasing a shocking spiritual pressure. It was a powerful high-grade divine artifact. Humph! It's this armor again. Cho Ziming let out a cold grunt, his eyes filled with passion. Without a doubt, Cho Ziming, who was at the brink of the fairy realm, had long sensed Su Yu's presence. He had specially waited for Su Yu to deal a fatal blow. Su Yu let out a cold smile. Long time no see, Cho Ziming. Cho Ziming held the dagger with one hand, the other behind his back. He let out an arrogant laugh. I did not expect you to be so daring as to set your sights on me. In his impression, Su Yu's abilities were exceptional among those of the same cultivation level, but in front of him it was nothing. Set my sights on you? Su Yu let out a laugh. You think too highly of yourself. What I want is the legacy of this place. As for your life, I'm just taking it along the way. How overbearing were his words. Ha ha ha. Cho Ziming laughed in anger. Where did you get the confidence to take my life along the way? Whoosh! As he let out a cold laugh, a golden light flickered. That golden scale dagger? Insignificant tricks. Cho Ziming was prepared. Without thinking, he slashed with the dagger. Crack! But the next moment, Cho Ziming's expression changed. The blood-red dagger in his hand, a high-grade divine artifact, had been sliced into two. His expression turned grave. Cho Ziming reacted quickly. his figure retreating 100 jong away. At that moment, a golden light flashed from the ground where he had been standing. A golden glow shot out, slicing a deep groove in the ground as if it were tofu. If he had hesitated any longer, he would have been sliced into two. Semi-manufactured spiritual artifacts, and two of them. Seeing that Suyu had a dagger in each of his hands, Cho Ziming's face glowed with shock. The corners of Suyu's mouth curled into a meaningful smile. Two? Ha! Cho Ziming's heart skipped a beat, his heart turning cold. Suddenly, another golden glow shot out from beneath his feet. Chapter 512. At the critical moment, Cho Ziming's shoulder slid, avoiding the fatal spot. The golden light flickered. With a pathetic cry, blood rained down, and an arm flew into the air. Even though he had avoided the fatal spot, he had paid the price of losing his right arm. Cho Ziming grabbed his own arm amidst the intense pain. At that moment, with a whoosh, a golden light attacked, piercing through the arm. After circling in the air, it landed in Suyu's palm. The palm of the arm was still tightly holding onto the blood-red dagger. He had already discarded the golden scale dagger, and the blood-red dagger had come at the right time. He extended his hand, grabbing the dagger from the palm of the arm. To his surprise, even though the arm had been severed, it could still be controlled by Cho Ziming. Not only did he hold onto the blood-red dagger tightly, he also released a large amount of black demonic energy from the arm, forming a few black arrows, which shot toward Suyu's face. At such a close distance, Suyu could not avoid the arrows. Do you think the items of the demon clan are so easily touched? Die! Cho Ziming's features were ferocious, and he let out a ferocious roar. The few arrows let out whooshing sounds as they pierced through the air, heading straight for Suyu's face. Is that so? Suyu's expression was calm, not surprised. He opened his mouth, spitting out a crimson-green flame. With a creak, the demonic energy dissipated on the spot, and the arm was quickly engulfed by the flames. The arm was unusually strong. The flames had only burned the outer layer of the sleeve, but the arm itself was unscathed. But in the heat, the arm's palm loosened involuntarily, and the falling blood-red dagger was caught in Suyu's palm. You! Cho Ziming was shocked and furious. Not only had he lost his arm, he had also lost the treasure that he had relied on. That was a high-grade divine artifact. What about you? When you tried to kill me time and time again, did you ever think that this would happen? Suyu kept the blood-red dagger, his eyes filled with a cold glow. Cho Ziming froze. Twice? Humph. Including this time, I have only met you twice. How could it be 3 times and time again? Suyu laughed. You chased me for hundreds of thousands of miles in front of the Thunder Emperor Mountain. Have you forgotten so quickly? Thunder Emperor Mountain? Cho Ziming was confused. Then a bolt of lightning flashed in his mind, and he said in shock, You were the one who saved the Phoenix of Death Constitution. Phoenix of Death. So he was trying to get Xian. Suyu's face was gradually covered with a layer of frost. It's good that you know. You can go on your way with peace of mind. Strange gray flames danced in his deep black eyes, making his handsome face look cold and mysterious. The gray flame was the void raging flame that he had forcefully taken from the white-eyed fireglass frog. It specialized in destroying souls. Although most of it was suppressed by the divine nine-dragon cauldron and could not be fully used, it was still possible to forcefully activate some of it. At the very least, it was more than enough to kill Cho Ziming's soul. When Cho Ziming met Suyu's eyes, he suddenly felt a burning pain in his soul. It was as if his soul had been ignited. His heart was greatly shaken, and his twisted face was quickly replaced by fear. That pair of raging flames gave him an extremely uneasy feeling. Wait. Cho Ziming spoke at the right time and took out an ancient ring from his bosom. Waves of light flowed around the ring, and a terrifying aura that surpassed that of the fairy realm surged within it. That was the power of a middle-stage fairy realm. This is a ring that I paid a hefty price for before entering the mysterious, heavenly divine pavilion. It contains the attack of a middle-stage fairy realm. Even though the defensive abilities of your dry cloud 5 elemental formation are shocking, the defensive abilities of your spirit energy are limited. You might not be able to block an attack from this ring. Su Yu examined the ring, the raging flames in his eyes gradually extinguishing. An attack from the ring could indeed break the dry cloud 5 elemental formation and pose a fatal threat to him. He was confident that he could deal with Cho Ziming if he fought him head-on, but he would also have to pay a heavy price. The mysterious heavenly divine pavilion was about to close, and the situation would only get more dangerous. If he was injured, he might not be able to last until the end. Seeing Su Yu put away the void-raging flame, Cho Ziming heaved a sigh of relief and put away the ancient ring. Once he used the ancient ring, he would definitely be transported out. Su Yu's transparent eyes scanned Cho Ziming's bosom, and a strange light flashed. The grudge between us has nothing to do with life and death. Why do we need to risk our lives in the mysterious heavenly palace? We can fight however we want in the outside world. How about that? Cho Ziming carefully took a few steps back. Su Yu nodded without batting an eyelid. All right. Looking around, Su Yu realized that the space was not big, only a few dozen square feet. There were many grooves of different sizes carved into the stone walls, and there were many intact bottles and jars in them. There are many elixirs here, Cho Ziming suggested. How about we split them evenly? Other than the legacy of elixirs, there are 4 other legacies. I feel that there is no need for us to fight over them here, Cho Ziming suggested. Compared to before, when he had wanted to kill Su Yu in front of everyone and take the Eternal Stone King armor without saying a word, it had to be said that fists were the strongest in this world. Only by having the ability to intimidate the enemy would they be willing to reason with you. The weak did not have the right to reason with you. Su Yu walked toward the other stone wall and examined the bottles and jars. After looking, Su Yu was extremely disappointed. The bottles and jars were well preserved, but the elixir sealed within could not withstand the passage of time. More than 90% of the elixirs had turned to dust. At that moment, Su Yu caught a glimpse of an emerald green color from the corner of his eyes. It was a small, unassuming jade bottle. It was covered in dust, but the green elixir within it gave off a glow that pierced through the jade bottle and was discovered by Su Yu. He grabbed the jade bottle with one hand and opened the stopper. A strange fragrance assailed his nostrils, forming a green vortex of air. As he breathed in, the entire secret chamber was filled with a faint fragrance. Taking a light breath, Su Yu was shocked to discover that there was a disturbance in his dantian. A ball of weak spirit energy circled around, forming the outline of a crystal. The 3rd spirit energy crystal. Su Yu was shocked. From the looks of it, it was preparing to form the 3rd spirit energy crystal, allowing Su Yu to break through to the level of half-god. Just what kind of elixir was this? Lowering his head to take a look, Su Yu saw a pure green elixir lying quietly within the jade bottle. Its entire body was like jade, as if it was a freshly made elixir. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, it would have been hard to believe that this was an elixir that had existed for countless years. Fairy elixir. A surprised voice came from behind Su Yu. Looking back, Cho Ziming was staring at the jade bottle in Su Yu's hands, his eyes burning with a raging flame. His palm slowly extended into his robes, once again gripping the ancient ring. Looking at his posture, it seemed like he was prepared to fight to the death to obtain the elixir. What kind of elixir was it that Cho Ziming was so determined to obtain? Your name is Inu, right? Can you transfer this fairy elixir to me? If you are willing, I can exchange it with a legendary level cultivation technique. Chapter 513. Su Yu was a little tempted. He thought for a moment, then said, "It might not be impossible, but before we trade, shouldn't you let me know what this elixir is?" Cho Ziming froze, his eyes glowing with delight. His face was full of surprise. Have you not heard of the fairy elixir? It is an elixir that can turn spirit energy crystals into vital energy crystals. I see. Su Yu rubbed his chin. After thinking for a moment, he poured the elixir into his mouth. No. Cho Ziming's expression changed, shouting hurriedly. But it was too late. He could only watch as Su Yu swallowed the elixir, his expression extremely ugly. He could not help but scold. You are wasting God's gift. The fairy elixir is used by cultivators who have completed their vital energy crystals to make a breakthrough to the fairy realm. This elixir can directly avoid the heavenly tribulation and guarantee a breakthrough to the fairy realm. You are a human king, not even at the level of half-god. What is the use of eating it? His heart was burning with fury. I found out from my teacher that there is a secret chamber here, said Cho Ziming. There might be the fairy elixir in there. You, on the other hand, wasted this medicinal pill. Cho Ziming was furious. He had come to the 8th level of the divine pavilion with great difficulty for this elixir, but Su Yu had beaten him to it. Oh, so this is its use. Su Yu's face was filled with shock. He opened his palm. The emerald elixir was in his palm. The act of swallowing the elixir had been a feint. Cho Ziming had been too concerned about the elixir and had not noticed Su Yu's actions. You tricked me. Cho Ziming's expression turned sinister. Su Yu's lips formed a cold smile. If I had not tricked you, would you have spoken the truth? Humph! Turning it into a spirit energy crystal. You sure know how to lie. Cho Ziming's expression turned rigid. Fine, it is my fault. The deal has been made. Anyway, the fairy elixir is useless to you. Give it to me now, and I will give you a legendary level technique. It is almost impossible for wandering cultivators like you to obtain legendary level techniques. Now that the opportunity is right in front of you, why are you hesitating? Su Yu kept the elixir calmly saying, I'm sorry, I have other uses for this elixir. A legendary level technique was indeed precious, but it was obviously not as important as breaking through to the fairy realm. While interacting with the geniuses of Jojo, Su Yu had obtained quite a bit of information regarding making a breakthrough to the fairy realm. It seemed like the success rate was not high. For example, even someone as powerful as Yang Yidao had failed once and had no choice but to enter the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion to look for opportunities. It could be seen how precious the fairy elixir, which could guarantee 100% chance of breaking through to the fairy realm, was. You better think this through. If you reject me, you are rejecting the soul-seizing palace. Cho Ziming was a little anxious. Su Yu smiled, but his smile was ice cold. Threatening me is the same as threatening your own life. As he spoke, Su Yu scanned his surroundings with his transparent eye. After making sure that he had not missed anything, he stepped into the transportation portal and exited the confined space. Cho Ziming was anxious, and he chased after Su Yu. However, Su Yu was nowhere to be seen in the passageway outside. Only a trace of remnant thunder ripples remained in the air. D***. He used the thunder escape technique to escape. Cho Ziming snorted angrily and chased after him with a furious look on his face. However, not long after he left, lightning flashed in the cave, and a figure walked out. It was Su Yu who had returned. Haha, you are so easily deceived by a fake legacy. Su Yu's lips curled into an unfathomable smile. Staring at the snow-white transportation portal, a blood-red dagger appeared in Su Yu's hands, and he slashed down ferociously. With a cracking sound, the transportation portal was split into 2 halves. At the same time, the wall where the snow-white transportation portal was also split open. Through the crack, what no one expected was that there was a green transportation portal in the deepest part of the wall. That was the real legacy of elixirs. The white transportation portal was only used to conceal the real legacy. When an ordinary person discovered, to their surprise, that there was a mysterious white transportation portal hidden in the middle of the stone wall, their attention would be completely drawn to it. Who would think that there was another world behind the white transportation portal? When Suyu entered the secret room, he felt that something was amiss. Having had the legacy of the secret technique of craftsmanship, he knew that the 5 great legacies were not that simple. As expected, after he tried to split open the white transportation portal, he discovered the real legacy that was hidden within. He took a step into the crack and activated the green transportation portal. After spinning for a while, Suyu appeared in a sealed space that was similar in size to the previous one. However, the stone walls of this space did not have as many bottles and jars as in the previous space. In the spacious secret room, there was only a dust-covered stone table in the center. 2 golden jade boxes lay quietly on the stone table. Suyu's eyes narrowed. His experience with the white-eyed fire-glass frog had caused Suyu to not dare underestimate these legacies. As expected, Suyu discovered a beetle that was completely purple in color on the table. Its entire body was emitting a fierce aura. Fairy realm. Suyu was on guard. However, Suyu quickly discovered that this bug did not have any life force. It was only an empty shell. Looking around at the sealed, spacious house without any resources, Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. It's dead? Looks like not all fairy realm beasts can be like the white-eyed fire-glass frog, living in an environment that suits them. With a thought, Suyu grabbed the bug in his palm. From the dust covering its body, it was obvious that it had died a long time ago. However, it was still emitting such a fierce aura and had not rotted in the slightest. This was enough to show that it was an extremely powerful creature when it was alive. This could also be considered a treasure. Suyu threw it into the 9 jade spiritual pearl, placing it together with the corpse of the white-eyed fire-glass frog. At this moment, Suyu finally had the mood to look at the 2 golden jade boxes. One of them was sealed with a book, the mysterious heavenly elixir cultivation technique. Elixir cultivation technique? Suyu's eyes glowed with excitement. This book was most likely a secret technique that even almighty divine masters coveted. Even though he had never tried to cultivate elixirs, it did not mean that he would not dabble in it in the future. With a wave of his big sleeves, he carefully kept the book. Satisfied, Suyu looked at the 2nd jade box. What surprised Suyu was that he had imagined the jade box that was left behind to contain some kind of precious elixir. However, within the jade box was a ball of glittering starlight. At first glance, it looked like a dark blue Milky Way. It was decorated with stars, and dense energy circulated. It was exceptionally beautiful. What is this? A ball of fog? Suyu grabbed the jade box. At this moment, a wisp of ice-cold aura penetrated his mind from his palm. Congratulations on obtaining the greatest legacy of the mysterious heavenly palace. A vast and ancient voice suddenly reverberated in Suyu's mind. Suyu felt his head go numb, and he could not help but grunt. He was extremely surprised. Who are you? Suyu asked coldly. Whoosh! Suddenly, the Milky Way in the jade box flew out on its own, forming the silhouette of a human figure. Hee. You are asking me who I am in my place. The silver figure laughed. Your place? Suyu was at a loss. Chapter 514. Looks like you already know. The silhouette of the Milky Way smiled. Suyu swept his soul eyes across, surprised to find that there were no soul ripples within the Milky Way, only a weak consciousness. I am Tianjizi. In the past, I failed to enter the all-creation mortal realm and died. The fairy artifact that I forged, the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion, was also destroyed by the disastrous thunder. Before I died, I left my consciousness within the destroyed fairy artifact and left behind the 5 legacies, waiting for the fated one. Hearing this, Suyu's heart shook. Fairy artifact? The entire mysterious heavenly divine pavilion, which had a total of 9 levels, was actually a fairy artifact? Such a shocking piece of news caused Suyu to sink into a state of shock. Also, what kind of level was the all-creation realm? What kind of existence was that? Who was this Tianjizi when he was alive? Elder, since you wanted to leave the legacies to the Fated One, why did you set up so many dangers? You did not trust the other party easily. The legacy of craftsmanship, the fairy fire frog. The legacy of elixirs, the fairy bug. For outsiders whose cultivation levels were restricted to below the fairy realm, it was definitely a trap with a high chance of survival. Such a legacy was clearly meant to take someone's life. Furthermore, this legacy of elixirs was hidden so deeply that it was filled with schemes. It was hidden so deeply that it did not want anyone to discover it. You found it hard to believe the rumor of this self-proclaimed Tianjizi. It was caused by my disciples. Tianjizi sighed. Back when I died, I ordered my 2 disciples to guard the 5 legacies. Because of their bloodline, they could not inherit my legacy. Hence, I ordered them and their descendants to guard the 5 legacies. They could only take a portion of the resources within, but they could not steal the legacies. This was an oath passed down in their bloodline, and they could not go against it. Unless all 5 inheritances are inherited by someone, they will continue to guard this mountain and will never be able to leave. However, what I didn't expect was that even though my 2 disciples had obeyed my orders to the point of their deaths, their descendants had evil thoughts in their hearts and attempted to seize the inheritance by force. Unfortunately, they had an oath in their bloodline and could not go against it, but the binding power of these oaths weakened with the passage of time. For the time being, they won't dare to touch the inheritance. As a result, before the blood oath disappeared, not only did they obstruct those who entered the Heavenly Mysteries Palace, they even massacred them. They even changed the arrangements that I had made before I died, and set up dangers in all 5 inheritances, blocking all those who wanted to inherit the inheritance. It was all for the sake of obtaining all of the inheritances one day. Those so-called descendants of Tianjizi's disciples were the self-proclaimed guardians of the Tianji Palace's master, right? No wonder they were guarding the inheritances and slaughtering all those who went up the mountain. It turned out that they were stealing from the inside and had long since decided to take the inheritances for themselves. However, Suyu was still doubtful. Elder, since they covet the legacy so much, why didn't they take the legacy of elixirs that you're in? After all, according to Senior, this is the most important inheritance ground. Hearing this, Tianjizi smiled calmly. The closer they are to me, the fiercer the bloodline oath becomes. How would they dare to get close to my will? It was all thanks to them that I was sealed in the depths of the stone wall. It was no wonder that the legacy was sealed in the depths of the stone wall. It must have been because the guards were afraid of it. At this moment, Tianjizi's figure shook slightly, showing signs of cracking. Lad, I do not have much time left. I will now entrust you with the inheritance that allowed me to dominate Jojo. After you inherit my legacy, I hope that you can help me with 2 things. Suyu's eyes flashed. If I am suitable for your legacy, I will fulfill your wishes after accepting it. If I am not suitable, I'm afraid I can only pass on the legacy to someone else who is suitable. Hearing this, Tianjizi laughed. You are quite alert. But don't worry, what I want to pass on is a treasure. It has nature-defying effects on any cultivator. Oh, what kind of treasure was he talking about? One must know that the same treasure was not suitable for everyone. My treasure is called the Milky Way Star Sand, Tianjizi said. It is ranked 21 on the ancient god 10,000 weapons roll. What kind of roll was the ancient god 10,000 weapons roll? But ranking 21 did not seem like much. It is only an auxiliary treasure. Its use is to purify. Suyu was a little confused. What kind of auxiliary treasure was that? It seemed like it was of little value. Elder, I'm afraid I am not suitable for this treasure, Suyu said sheepishly. Tianjizi was not surprised. He sighed. Fine. Since you do not want this Emperor-based saint artifact, please bring it out and give it to someone else. What? Emperor-based saint artifact? Suyu almost bit his tongue off. The Milky Way star, sand in front of him, was an Emperor-based saint artifact? Above divine artifacts were spiritual artifacts, and above spiritual artifacts were fairy artifacts. Above fairy artifacts were the ethereal Emperor-based saint artifacts. Suyu had only heard about Emperor-based saint artifacts from the Thunder Emperor's 9 books. Even an almighty divine master like the Thunder Emperor had never seen an Emperor-based saint artifact in his life. He had only read about it in books. It was said that Emperor-based saint artifacts were all created in ancient times. Each of them was an earth-shattering artifact, possessing nature-defying abilities that surpassed the limits of the rules. Suyu had even suspected that the divine nine-dragon cauldron was an Emperor-based saint artifact. How could Suyu not be shocked when he heard that the Milky Way star sand in front of him was also an Emperor-based saint artifact? I want it. Suyu immediately corrected himself. What a joke! Emperor-based saint artifact. Another frightening existence, comparable to the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Tianjizi let out a faint smile, but he did not make things difficult for Suyu. Instead, he let out a relieved laugh. In that case, my mission has finally been completed. Since you have accepted this old man's inheritance, then listen carefully to this old man's advice. I need you to do 2 things for me. First, find an old friend of mine, Zixia divine concubine, and tell her of my death. First, pass on a message. Second, my death was caused by a vile person. You need to help me take revenge. Second, seek revenge. Suyu did not immediately nod. Finding the person is easy. May I ask, what is the name of Elder's enemy, and what is his cultivation level? Hearing that, Tianjizi's tone was filled with deep hatred. That person, Xuedi, was once my senior brother from the same sect. Back then, his cultivation was the same as mine. Right now, he should have long since broken through to the all-creation realm. All-creation. As expected, he was such a powerful being. Elder, you really think highly of me, asking me to seek revenge on such an old monster. So you let out a bitter laugh. Tianjizi said mysteriously, I can feel the aura of Xuedi on you. Even though it is weak, I believe that even if you do not look for him, he will come looking for you one day. In fact, he will be here very soon. Chapter 5:15. When had he ever interacted with an all-creation monster like the Blood Emperor? Although I do not understand, there are many people in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion who have the aura of the Blood Emperor. They are very similar to the people from 100 years ago. 100 years ago was when the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion had first descended upon the Jinlong continent. Did Tianjizi mean that the people of the Jinlong continent all had the aura of the Blood Emperor? After thinking for a long time, Suyu said, May I ask how much time you can give me? Oh, you seem to be very confident. Tianjizi was surprised. Suyu did not look troubled, instead asking about the time limit. Tianjizi smiled. Perhaps I was not wrong about you. From today onwards, you have 100 years. 100 years had passed. Another 100 years had passed. He had promised the owner of the 9 jade spiritual pearl, the 9-tailed fox, that he would go to the demonic fox clan within 100 years. To cultivate to the all-creation level in 100 years was not an easy feat, but Suyu had no reason to miss out on the Emperor-based saint artifact before him. All right, I promise you. Within 100 years, I will find the Zixia divine concubine and take revenge for you. Tianjizi nodded, his body dissipating as he sighed. If that is the case, I am satisfied. Tianjizi's Milky Way star sand flashed, and a beam of starlight entered Suyu's forehead. Then a Milky Way-like light appeared within Suyu's soul. The heart oath is already in your soul. If you do not complete it within 100 years, you should know what will happen. The heart oath had always been harsh. If he failed in 100 years, Suyu would die. Lad, take care of yourself. Before your abilities reach a certain level, do not reveal the Milky Way star sand. Otherwise, you will follow in my footsteps. My wish has been fulfilled, and I have no more worries. Lad, remember the promise you made to me. The Milky Way figure flickered violently, turning into the Milky Way star sand. They all gathered in Suyu's right palm, silently fusing into his flesh. He did not feel any discomfort. Then a Milky Way pattern flickered on his palm like a tattoo. At the same time, Suyu felt a sense of familiarity in his mind. With a thought, the tattoo disappeared, and with another thought it reappeared. He was very skilled at controlling it. Elder, don't worry. I will definitely fulfill your last wish. Suyu bowed toward the direction where Tianjizi had disappeared. Unexpectedly encountering the master of the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion and obtaining a great legacy, Suyu felt as if he was in a dream. After a long while, Suyu calmed his emotions and lowered his head to look at the Milky Way pattern on his palm. Purify. Where should I apply it? Suyu was puzzled. He looked around, but could not find anything suitable to try. Hence, he could only give up for the time being. With a thought, he kept the picture. Even the slightest bit of news about an Emperor-based saint artifact would be enough to put Suyu in grave danger. I don't have much time left. It would be better for me to rush to the other places of legacy first. Suyu tapped the ground with the tip of his toes and left the place. Not long after he left, traces of black blood suddenly seeped out of the stone walls of the entire inheritance chamber. It was extremely strange. Arriving at the entrance of the passageway, Suyu did not rush out recklessly. Instead, he quietly scanned his surroundings, using his transparent eye to observe his surroundings. Through the thick white fog, Suyu's pupil shrank as he realized that there was a person leaning on the giant rock in front of him. An ambush? But upon closer inspection, the person had no signs of life. It was a corpse. Filled with suspicion, Suyu quietly walked over. When he got closer, his expression turned grave. Cho Ziming. This corpse was actually Cho Ziming. Hadn't he left to chase after Suyu? Why had he died here? His clothes were neat and tidy, and there were no obvious signs of a fight. It could be said that he had been killed in an extremely short amount of time. His abilities were that of a half-fairy with a crystal realm top class, unless the fairy realm of this place had acted. Who else could kill him so easily? Filled with suspicion, Suyu carefully examined the corpse. After looking, his expression turned even more grave. He realized in shock that although Cho Ziming's corpse looked complete, the flesh and blood beneath his skin had all been sucked dry, leaving him in a shriveled state. His cultivation level had also been sucked dry. It's the silver puppet. Suyu gasped. Only the silver puppet was able to achieve such a feat with such a similar technique. He was nearby, Suyu could not help but shudder. He grabbed the silver puppet's corpse and quickly retreated into the passageway, carefully concealing his aura. If he encountered the silver puppet, he would not have any chance of survival. After waiting for a long time, Suyu relaxed when he saw that the silver puppet was nowhere to be seen. Lowering his head to look at Cho Ziming's corpse, Suyu scanned his body and realized that it had been plundered. Anything of value had been taken away. I hope that the ancient ring has not been discovered by the puppet. Suyu slammed his palm onto Cho Ziming's chest. With a thud, a dent appeared on Cho Ziming's chest. But strangely, there was a flash of spiritual light within the dent, and an overflowing ring appeared out of thin air. It was a ring that contained an attack from a middle-stage fairy realm. This was Cho Ziming's protective talisman. Once it was used, apart from the silver puppet, the rest of the people in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion would instantly turn to dust. Suyu was elated. Haha, my luck is not bad. Previously, when he was facing off against Cho Ziming, Suyu had used his soul eyes to discover that Cho Ziming had placed the ancient ring in his robes, but in reality he had placed it in a special space within his body. Because of that, the silver puppet had plundered everything, but had not found the most important ancient ring. Keeping the ring, Suyu looked at Cho Ziming's withered corpse and could not help but sigh. Half a month ago, Cho Ziming's name had spread far and wide, but now, half a month later, he had been reduced to a corpse mysteriously fallen. This made Suyu's heart tremble. On the path of the martial path, if one did not advance, one would fall behind. If one was not careful, one would not even have a corpse left, ending up like Cho Ziming. Suyu's heart of the martial path became even more solid. After leaving the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion, he had to find a way to achieve a breakthrough. Finally, Suyu buried Cho Ziming's corpse and left alone. An hour later, Suyu targeted the first mountain peak and floated into the clouds. He did not know what kind of legacy was in this mountain peak. At that moment, Suyu's transparent eyes suddenly detected a sneaky figure. The figure had a head of green hair. Even though his cultivation level was only at the level of a human king, he was very agile. He avoided groups of ferocious beasts and quickly left in a certain direction, heading toward the fourth mountain peak. Shijie, didn't he follow that heavenly ghost Shengge? Why would he appear here? Could something have happened in front of me? At that moment, the fog in the direction he had escaped to was churning. He could faintly hear the sounds of fighting, as well as a few familiar feminine voices. There were also a few angry roars of men. Chapter 5:16. In the shade of the mountain peak, colorful lights flickered continuously, accompanied by roars of anger. Of the 7 Lords of Darkness, by Luo Yu, Qingzhu, and the others were all present. They had somehow found their way to the shade of the 4th peak, surrounded by a swarm of black bees. These black bees were at least the size of a fist, with black hooks on their tails. They gave off a faint stench, clearly venomous. There were not many of them, only a dozen or so, but each one was at the level of a human king. Among the 10, there was one that was special. Its entire body was purple, a half-god level purple bee. Of the 7 Lords of Darkness, other than Bai Luo, who was a half-god, only Lord Yu and Lord Qingzhu were human kings. The rest were heaven masters. At that moment, the 10 black bees seemed to have gone berserk, attacking them without fear of death. Looking closely, the eyes of these black bees were slightly red. Like the demonic beasts that had attacked Suyu and the others, they had been affected by humans and were extremely violent. Under the combined attack, the 7 Lords of Darkness were in danger, relying on Bai Luo, Yu, and Qingzhu to hold on. The attacks of the Heaven Masters landed on the bodies of the black bees, but they could only push them back, unable to cause any harm. On the other hand, the black bees attacked fearlessly, each attack causing the blood of the Heaven Masters to boil. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the Heaven Masters were as pale as paper. At that moment, a black bee saw an opportunity, passing through the defense and landing on the neck of one of the Heaven Masters. The black hooks on its tail rose high, then pierced downward. Ah! The 7 Lords of Darkness immediately cried out in pain. They saw a black, plum blossom-sized spot appear on their necks, where they had been stabbed. Very quickly, the black plum blossom spread throughout his body. Seeing this, Yu's expression changed. She released a ball of water vapor from her palm, shaking off the entangling black bees. She then flew over, a vortex of water vapor circling her slender palm. She immediately pressed it against the wound he had been stung. The swirling water vapor contained a strong suction force. A black, thin needle was extracted from the flesh of the plum blossom wound. At the same time, a large amount of smelly and black blood was forcefully extracted. The wound gradually turned from black to normal. "Thank you, Yu," the Lord said gratefully. Qingzhu also revealed a gratified expression. His gaze toward Lord Yu was filled with gratification admiration, and deep affection. He said with concern in a gentle voice, "EU, you have worked hard." This was the third person EU had saved. Otherwise, with their overall strength, there was absolutely no reason for them to persist for the time to finish half a cup of tea without suffering any casualties. It was all thanks to EU. She was proficient in water-based techniques and was adept at healing wounds and absorbing poison. However, after doing it 3 times in a row, EU's palm had a faint black aura surrounding it. This was a sign that she had been poisoned. After saving so many people, she was also affected. His face was covered by the mist, and his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. She had to deal with the black wasps and save people at the same time. She had consumed a lot of energy, and with the poison in her body, she was barely holding on. "Be careful!" Suddenly, a black bee took the opportunity to attack EU's back. Qing Zhu let out a low grunt and lifted his palm to send him flying. His expression was anxious as he said, "By Luo, EU can't hold on much longer. We should retreat. If we continue to force our way through, I'm afraid that we will suffer casualties." Bai Luo was still fine. Aside from the fact that he had expended a lot of spirit energy, he only had a few shallow wounds on his body. Hearing this, he swept his gaze across everyone. His expression sank, and he shouted, "Hold on for a little longer. We have finally found the comprehension of one of the 5 great legacies. We cannot let it go just like this." Qing Zhu was a little dissatisfied. However, hearing about the 5 great legacies, he could only clench his teeth and persevere. After a while, Bai Luo and the Purple Bee had fought for more than 10 rounds. After causing the other party to show signs of fatigue, his eyes flashed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Purple Bee was caught off guard. 9 space vortexes suddenly appeared in 9 directions around its body. At the same time, Bai Luo took out 3 daggers of different shapes and sizes and threw them into the space vortexes. At that moment, 3 of the 9 space vortexes shot out daggers, hitting the surface of the Purple Bee's body. Pooh! A soft, dull sound could be heard. Out of the 3 daggers, 2 were bounced off the surface of the bee's body. Only one of them shot into the soft abdomen below its wings. However, it was not deep enough to kill it. Feeling the pain, the Purple Bee became even more violent. It crazily hit the 9 space vortexes like a trapped beast. Under the strong impact, the space vortexes trembled continuously. Bai Luo was affected. He could not help but groan, and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Humph! Still thinking of resisting, Bai Luo furiously struck out with his palms. His palms were in the 9 space vortexes, and he attacked from all sorts of tricky angles. The Purple Bee shrieked continuously, and its resistance became even more intense. This happened 3 times. The Purple Bee, which was trapped and attacked continuously, could not hold on any longer. Finally, Bai Luo found an opening. He pierced the dagger into its heart from its abdomen, crushing its heart into pieces. The Purple Bee roared violently. Its body expanded and shrunk. Then, with a pop, it exploded like a balloon. The air was filled with a fishy smell, and some poisonous liquid splashed in all directions. The giant stinger at the end of the bee shot out rapidly from the explosion, hitting one of the space vortexes. At that moment, the space vortexes shook unstably. Then, with a poof, they were destroyed on the spot. Bai Luo's face turned red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he did not have time to be surprised. The stinger had pierced through the space vortexes and was still heading straight for him. Humph! Bai Luo gave a cold grunt. The remaining 8 space vortexes once again merged to form a giant space vortex in front of him. It also produced a suction force, sucking the stinger into it. The giant space vortex shook for a while, then slowly stopped. The stinger was finally suppressed, as it could not sustain its momentum. As such, the half-god Purple Bee was finally destroyed. Bai Luo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth his face filled with anger. If not for the black snow devil king snatching away my 9 yin-yang formation, I would not have been in such an embarrassing situation. EU, who had witnessed everything, did not think much of it. Even if the steel needle had not been lost, it would still have been difficult for Bai Luo to kill the purple bee. Bai Luo, come and help us. Qing Zhu was hit in the chest by 3 black bees at the same time, and he retreated continuously. Hearing this, Bai Luo's eyes were filled with anger, and the 9 space vortexes all appeared. With Bai Luo around, the pressure on the rest of the people was greatly reduced. With their cooperation, they counterattacked, and in no time, they had killed the 10 black bees. Everyone felt as if they had just survived a disaster. They happily kept all the black bees on the ground, treating them as spoils of war. Phew! Lord Qing Zhu wiped the sweat from his forehead and took a few deep breaths. After the fierce battle, he had used up more than 90% of the spiritual energy in his body. I did not expect the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion to be so dangerous. Just a few black bees are at the half-god realm. If it were in the Jinlong continent, it would be unimaginable. Qing Zhu sighed, his face filled with lingering fear. They had followed the instructions of the King of Darkness and had not encountered any danger along the way. They had safely stepped into the 5 peaks. Moreover, they had successfully completed the mission of the King of Darkness and had set up the sacrificial ceremony. Everything had gone smoothly, and they had not encountered any danger in the mysterious, heavenly, divine pavilion. The black bees that they had encountered today were the first great danger that they had encountered. Lord Yu creased her brows. I suggest that we retreat from this place. According to the king, the 8th level of the divine pavilion is not a place that we can set foot in. These black bees might be strong enemies for us, but it is very likely that they are just the most ordinary fierce beasts in the 8th level of the divine pavilion. Moreover, the 5 peaks are a great legacy that the military families have fought over. We are lucky that we did not encounter the geniuses of the Jiuzhou continent. It is best that we leave immediately before they discover us. Hearing this, Qing Zhu fell into deep thought. He trusted Lord Yu from the bottom of his heart. However, he had found a legacy with great difficulty, and he was unwilling to give it up just like that. You are boosting the morale of others, but diminishing your own prestige. Bai Luo grunted. Do the geniuses of the Jiuzhou continent have 3 heads and 6 arms? We're all cultivating. Even if we're lacking in resources, our comprehension, hard work, and talent are all lacking. How big is the difference in strength between us? His words made the few lords feel comfortable. They had been chosen by the King of Darkness, and every one of them was a top genius in the Jinlong continent. They were not willing to accept the reality that they could not compare to the geniuses of Jiuzhou. Chapter 517. Let's go in. Bai Luo did not look at Lord Yu anymore, leading the group into the Black Forest. This Black Forest, which was only a few thousand square meters, was the legacy of the 4 peaks, comprehension. However, before they had even stepped into the forest, 3 figures escaped in a panic from within the dense forest. They were all half-gods, and all of them were top-notch half-gods. Their faces were filled with fear, as if they were escaping from something. They had just flown out of the forest when they unexpectedly met Bai Luo and his group. Wandering cultivators. The 3 of them creased their eyebrows. The 3 of them stopped in front of Bai Luo and his group. The leader was a half-naked man with bronze skin. His entire body, including his face, was covered in tattoos of different sizes. He looked very strange. The 2 on his left and right were probably the same. Senior Brother Zhang, let me deal with them. They are just a few wandering cultivators. How dare they covet the legacy of the giant tattoo faction? The junior on the right laughed coldly. The one on the left was much calmer, coldly saying, Let me capture them first and use the soul-searching technique on them. With their abilities, it is clear that they are the same as us. bypassing the stone forest transportation and entering the 5 peaks through another shortcut. We must capture them and interrogate them. It is better not to let wandering cultivators know such a secret. These words caused Bai Luo's heart to turn cold. It also caused the hearts of the other Lords of Darkness to rise to their throats. With such unfamiliar faces, they were undoubtedly geniuses of the world of Juzhou. Bai Luo could not sense Senior Brother Zhang, who was in the lead. However, the 2 half-gods beside him gave him a sense of danger. They were top-notch half-gods that were no weaker than Long Wuxin. For the first time, Bai Luo finally believed what Lord Yu had said. The geniuses of Juzhou were frightening, extraordinarily frightening, especially Senior Brother Zhang, who could not sense Senior Brother Zhang at all. Bai Luo even had a feeling that if Senior Brother Zhang wanted to, he could kill him with one move. At that moment, the 7 Lords of Darkness were all terrified, their hearts thumping wildly. Senior Brother Zhang looked around at the few of them. His gaze was calm without any ripples. However, this kind of gaze caused the few great sages present to tremble in fear. Forget it. The crystal bees are about to catch up. We don't have time to deal with them. Let's go. After saying that, Senior Brother Zhang disappeared with his 2 junior brothers. Having escaped from the gates of hell, they all heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. Their taut nerves that were about to break finally relaxed, and their bodies felt like they were going to collapse. Qing Zhu's face was pale, and his voice trembled a little. Then, "Are those the geniuses of the 9 prefectures? How terrifying!" Bai Luo secretly clenched his fists, forcing himself to regain his composure. However, his heart was still beating wildly. They were the geniuses of the 9 states. He was indeed frightening. He was even more frightening than the geniuses of Juzhou that Lord Yu had mentioned. On the contrary, among them, Lord Yu was the calmest. We must leave immediately. The crystal bee, which can make even the geniuses of Juzhou flee, is not something we can handle. This time no one refuted him. Also, I'll suggest one last time. We should immediately retreat to the 7th level of the Divine Pavilion. The land of the 5 peaks is not something we can take a step into. No one questioned his words anymore. Having personally experienced the terror of the geniuses of the 9 prefectures, they had no intention of competing. However, just as they were about to fly away, suddenly the sound of raindrops hitting the tiles could be heard from within the dense black forest. Looking over, there was a large swarm of bees flying out from within the black forest. There were only 100 of them, but the lowest color was black. In other words, there were 100 strong martial artists of the Human King level. There were a total of 10 purple half-god purple bees. 1 purple bee had already caused Bai Luo to be exhausted, let alone 10 more of them. Even if it was Bai Luo, he could only die on the spot. However, their leader was not a purple bee. Instead, it was a crystal bee that was the size of a rabbit at the very front. Its aura was even more frightening. From its body, Bai Luo could feel the aura of the fairy realm. Such a shocking scene caused them to not even dare to breathe loudly. They had even forgotten to escape, and their eyes were filled with despair. Lord Yu was the first to recover from her shock. She shouted in a low voice, "Run!" She was the first to escape, followed by Bai Luo. Next was Qing Zhu, followed by the rest of the lords. However, the bee did not chase them out of the dense black forest. Instead, it looked at Bai Luo and the rest from afar, letting out a sharp cry. This simple cry actually contained an unimaginable sound wave. The last 3 lords could only hear a pathetic cry before they turned into minced meat on the spot. Seeing that, the swarm of purple bees flew over excitedly, greedily devouring the flesh and blood in the air. They were enjoying themselves, following which, Qing Zhu let out a groan, tumbled a few times and fell onto the ground. His body could not move at all. A purple bee was the first to notice, letting out an excited cry. It landed on Qing Zhu's body greedily, with its body covered in minced meat. It was prepared to enjoy this fresh meal. Bailuo was also hit by the sound wave and he almost fell. However, he managed to stabilize his body by a hair's breadth. However, just as he was about to escape, he shockingly realized that a wisp of sound wave had formed a comprehension chain. It had bound him, making it difficult for him to move. Although Lord Iyu's reaction was fast, her cultivation level was not high, and she could not escape. Her body froze, and she stood motionless on the spot. The bloodthirsty purple bees pounced over as if they had gone berserk. 5 of them landed on Bailuo's body, while the other 2 landed on Lord Iyu's body, reeking of blood. They extended their sharp forelimbs, wanting to plunder fresh flesh from her body. Lord Iyu's heart thumped, and her beautiful eyes were filled with despair. She could not help but close her eyes, enduring the cruel pain that was about to come. However, at that moment, a few whooshing sounds could be heard in the air, following which, muffled whooshing sounds could be heard, after which, the buzzing sounds that filled the air became silent in an instant. Lord Iyu opened her eyes, gasping as she realized that the ground was littered with the corpses of the bees. The bees that had attacked them, including the purple bees, had all been cleanly cut into 2 and were scattered on the ground. The back of a silver-haired, dark-robed young man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly looking at the crystal-colored bees. At that moment, a cool breeze blew past, gently lifting the long silver hair that hung down. In the air, it reflected a bright and dazzling silver light, making the tall and slender figure look like he had come out of a dream. He did not look like someone from the mortal world. This scene stunned Iyu. It was as if her heart had been ruthlessly struck by an iron hammer. This figure, this silver-haired figure, this familiar aura that had appeared in her dreams countless times, this aura that she had missed time and time again in her memories. At that moment, Xia Jingyu forgot to think, forgot to breathe, and even forgot herself. In her eyes, there was only this silver-haired figure. Chapter 5:18. Xia Jingyu's lips parted, but her throat seemed to be blocked by something, unable to open her mouth. She knew that it was the longing that had been suppressed in her heart for too long, the anticipation that had settled for too long, the surprise that had been brewing for too long. She was in such a sudden happiness that she had lost the ability to speak. Suyu, goodbye Suyu. Ever since she had found out that Inu was Suyu, ever since Inu's whereabouts had been unknown, she had been filled with anxiety and anticipation. She was worried and indecisive for Suyu's unknown fate, like duckweed drifting in a river, unable to find peace. Now, she had finally seen the face that she had not seen for so long. At this moment, Xia Jingyu felt as if she had once again found the peace that she had felt when she was by Su Yu's side. Bai Luo and the rest had just escaped death's door, still in a state of shock. Looking at the mysterious silver-haired silhouette, their pupils dilated. That silver-haired, dark-robed silhouette had killed 9 purple bees in an instant. What kind of terrifying ability was that? A huge pressure, like the roar of a mountain or the roar of a tsunami, assaulted them. Even though the silver-haired silhouette had his back to them, he gave them a suffocating pressure. With such battle abilities, he might not lose out to the genius of Juzhou. The silver-haired youth in front of them had an unfamiliar face. He was undoubtedly a genius of Juzhou. Bai Luo gasped. How many terrifying geniuses were there in Juzhou? The youth in front of them looked like he was only 17 years old. Thank you, brother, for saving our lives. Bai Luo cupped his fists and bowed, his tone filled with respect. The rest of the lords also bowed respectfully. Since this genius of Juzhou had helped them in their moment of crisis, it was obvious that he was a benevolent person and did not have any enmity towards them. But what they did not expect was that the silver-haired, dark-robed youth turned a deaf ear to them. He casually sized up the crystal bee, muttering, "A half-fairy ferocious beast with 1 vital energy crystal? The difficulty of the legacy here is much lower than I had imagined. The other legacies had fairy realm killers, but this place only had half fairies. To Suyu, it was not difficult to get rid of it. The crystal bee stared at Suyu for a moment, then let out a soft hiss. It spread its wings and flew into the sky, bringing the black bees that were guarding the forest with it as it escaped. Being extremely intelligent, it could sense that Suyu's body was emitting an unusually dangerous aura. Has he left? Fine, it will save me some time. After Suyu mulled it over for a moment, he gave up on chasing him and started walking toward the dense forest. Brother, these purple wasps are your spoils of war. Greed flashed past Bai Luo's eyes. He was pondering whether he could negotiate with him and get a share of the materials. However, it was as if Suyu had not heard him. He continued to walk into the dense black forest and turned a deaf ear to Bai Luo's words. The great Lord of Darkness, including Bai Luo, was secretly shocked. What a cruel genius from Jiuzhou! Bai Luo's eyes glowed brilliantly, and he kept the corpses of the 9 purple bees like a bolt of lightning. He then gave the rest of the lords a look, and they chased after Suyu together, heading into the dense forest. Suyu, who was walking in front of them, suddenly stopped in his tracks. With his back facing them, he said indifferently, "Stop!" Bai Luo and the others felt as if they had been electrocuted. They immediately stood still, their hearts thumping. "Who allowed you to follow me?" Suyu slowly turned around, revealing a handsome face that had never appeared in the Jinlong continent before. His face was like a celestial being from a painting. His proud and independent aura was a huge blow to the great lords of darkness. What a handsome young man! He is like a celestial being. Such elegance is something that the geniuses of the Jinlong continent cannot hope to achieve. One of the great lords of darkness could not help but exclaim in admiration. Although the rest of the people did not nod, they silently agreed with this statement. There was no one in the Jinlong continent who could compare to him. The elegance of the geniuses of Jiuzhou had shocked them deeply. Coupled with his shocking abilities, they were even more impressed. Bai Luo was filled with respect, cupping his fists and apologizing. "Brother, please do not blame us. We will leave now." Suyu calmly swept his gaze past them. "And seeing that we are all from the Jinlong continent, I will save you this once. Do not push your luck." Everyone nodded their heads, but their faces suddenly stiffened. Then shock appeared on their faces. "What, brother? Brother, you are also from the Jinlong continent?" Bai Luo was shocked. Back at the mysterious heavenly stage, there were only a few geniuses of the Jinlong continent, and he knew all of them. When had such a terrifying existence appeared? Suyu then realized that they had misunderstood him as a genius of Jiuzhou. After all, his true appearance had never been revealed on the Jinlong continent. "Haha, you have forgotten me so quickly? A year ago, we were still officials of the same empire." Suyu let out a faint smile. Being officials of the same empire was naturally the empire of darkness. But his words caused them to be even more shocked, and their hearts were filled with astonishment. Bai Luo's pupils shrank, and he cried out involuntarily, You are from the Empire of Darkness. You came from the Empire of Darkness. Impossible. I am the leader of the 7 Lords of Darkness. May I ask for brother's name?" Countless figures flashed past Bai Luo's mind, but none of them matched the young man in front of him. Such a terrifying genius must be one of the most respected 7 Lords of Darkness in the Empire of Darkness. Could he be the previous 7 Lords of Darkness? But if that was the case, his age was already over 30 years old, and his age did not match. "My name? Ha! Hee, have you forgotten me so quickly, Bai Luo? North Continent's Sub-Palace's former 10th Deputy Palace Master, Inu. If I remember correctly, I am still wanted by you. North Continent's Sub-Palace's 10th Deputy Palace Master, Inu. 10th Deputy Palace Master, Inu." They were at a loss for a moment. It was obvious that they had forgotten about the lad who was sheltered under Ling Xiaoyan's wings. After all, Suyu was too weak back then, and only had the right to look up to the 7 Lords of Darkness. Why would they remember such a small fry? After muttering for a while, they finally remembered. "Inu, it's you." Bailuo took a deep breath, his heart rumbling like thunder. He could not believe what he was seeing. The Inu that he had started to forget, the Inu that had disappeared without a trace, was actually alive and standing in front of him in an unfathomable manner. The shock, brought about by the huge disparity, was as intense as the Milky Way falling from the 9 heavens. He had even forgotten about the hatred between him and Inu, and that he was in danger. "Looks like you have remembered," Suyu calmly said. The 7 Lords of Darkness were deeply shocked, feeling as if they were dreaming. In their eyes, this genius of Jiuzhou, who had a terrifying aptitude, was actually a person from the Jinlong continent, a handsome young man with a domineering demeanor. Furthermore, he was once their subordinate. He was a normal genius who could not compare to them. At that moment, everyone had mixed feelings. Chapter 519. In an instant, Su Yu's gaze landed on Bailuo, his gaze turning cold. "Originally, I had planned to personally execute you in front of Palace Masterling after I had healed him. But since you have recognized me, there is no need to wait any longer." Words filled with killing intent suddenly burst out. Bailuo woke up from his shock, his expression turning pale. He then realized that he and Inu had an irreconcilable feud. That day, when Inu had escaped from the Empire of Darkness, he had sworn a vow filled with hatred. It still rang in his ears. In the past, he had treated it as a joke, never taking it seriously. But today, the vow to kill a level 1 martial artist reverberated in his heart like a thunderbolt. At this moment, his heart was filled with fear, finally feeling remorseful. It was as if he had touched someone he should not have touched. Whoosh! The silver-haired, dark-robed figure attacked, like lightning. Bailuo was shocked. The 9 vortexes combined into one, forming a giant vortex that blocked in front of him, absorbing the energy of the attack. Su Yu's figure flickered, appearing abruptly. His palm glowed with a red light. A red dagger, giving off a bloody aura, drew a bright red afterimage in the air. With a dull thud, the vortex that Bailuo was so proud of only lasted for a moment before it shattered on the spot. The red afterimage passed through Bailuo's chest without any resistance. With a pathetic shriek, Bailuo's chest was sliced open, a 5-foot-long wound. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. The crowd was shocked. A casual attack had shattered Bailuo's innate space. How frightening was that? A high-grade divine artifact. I see. Bailuo stared at the high-grade divine artifact in Suyu's hands, his eyes filled with anger. He finally understood why Suyu was so powerful, able to kill so many purple bees so easily. He actually controlled such a frightening divine artifact. High-grade divine artifacts were extremely rare in the Jinlong continent. Once one controlled them, their abilities would increase by another level. It was nothing. Su Yu shook the dagger that was stained with Bailuo's blood, calmly saying, "It is enough to kill you." But Bailuo let out a cold laugh. "Humph! This divine artifact belongs to me." Bailuo opened his mouth and spat out a grayish-white pearl. The pearl contained a powerful space energy. "Return!" Bailuo gave a low grunt. At once, Bailuo's blood on the blood-red dagger in Suyu's hand released space energy abruptly and enveloped the dagger. Then the grayish-white bead flashed, and the dagger was teleported into the bead. "Your treasure will be the price for making me bleed." Bailuo laughed maniacally, his face filled with murderous intent. "Now that you don't have a high-grade divine weapon, let's see how you are going to be so arrogant in front of me." As he spoke, his figure flashed, and he charged toward Suyu furiously. He said ferociously, "I will kill you first, then I will kill that old thing, Ling Xiaotian. I will send both of you on your way." Su Yu's eyes were filled with a cold light, and his murderous intent became even more intense. Bailuo must die. As for the blood-colored dagger, Bai Luo did not know that it was the lowest-level treasure in Su Yu's possession. If he took this dagger, he would die even faster. However, right at this moment, 3 figures suddenly flew over. It was Senior Zhang and the other 2 who had just left. They were shocked to realize that the crystal bees and black bees guarding the legacy had left. Hence, they came over to investigate and saw the scene of Su Yu and Bai Luo fighting. When the 3 of them flew over, the junior on the right looked at them coldly. What happened here? Why did the crystal bees leave? Speak. Senior Zhang and the other junior landed and surveyed the surroundings. They creased their brows and observed the surroundings, trying to find the reason why the black bees had left. As for Su Yu and the rest, they were completely ignored. The sudden appearance of the 3 people caused Bai Luo and the rest to be shocked. They had returned, the true geniuses of Jiuzhou. Bai Luo's figure stopped abruptly, his heart beating violently. He stood at his original position, not daring to move. I asked you a question. Are you mute? The junior's expression turned cold as he scolded. Suddenly, his gaze swept past the grayish-white pearl in Bai Luo's palm. When he looked at it, he saw that there was a dagger inside. It had been a casual glance, but upon closer inspection, his pupils dilated, his face filled with shock. Rub, rub, rub. He subconsciously retreated 7 to 8 steps, his face contorted due to fear. He looked as if he had lost his soul. Junior Wu, what happened to you? The junior on the left could not help but ask in astonishment. The disciple called Junior Wu had a terrified expression, his finger trembling as he pointed at the grayish-white pearl in Bai Luo's hand. It's that person's bloodthirsty dagger. At that moment, Senior Zhang also creased his brows and looked over, scolding softly. Making a fuss over nothing, where is your propriety? However, when he saw the dagger in the bead, his dignified face gradually stiffened. Shreds of fear and dread gradually appeared in his eyes, his face turning unnaturally pale. Bloodthirsty dagger. It can't be wrong. I can't be wrong. Senior Brother Zhang sucked in a breath of cold air. How could his dagger be here? Senior Zhang's gaze fell upon Bai Luo, his gaze becoming more courteous. May I ask what is your relationship with the owner of the dagger? Bai Luo froze. The other party's courteous greeting had caught him off guard. He glanced at Su Yu and said apprehensively, "We can be considered brothers. What advice do you have for me?" He and Su Yu were both disciples nurtured by the Empire of Darkness, so they could be considered brothers. Hearing this, Senior Zhang's eyelids twitched a few times. Even the expressions of the 2 fierce-looking juniors beside him eased up. "So you are his brothers," said Zhang Yu. "I am Zhang Yu, from the Giant Mark faction. May I ask for your name?" Zhang Yu was unusually courteous. Bai Luo was a little overwhelmed by the favor, but he did not dare be negligent. "I am Bai Luo, and these are my juniors." "So it's Brother Bai. No wonder your demeanor is so extraordinary. Your junior brother and junior sister are also incomparably capable. Even without relying on that senior brother of yours, they are still able to temper themselves here. This truly puts me to shame." Zhang Yu said with a smile. Chou Ziming's name was well known in the 18 blessed and heavenly lands, and he was extremely ferocious. Now that he was in the mysterious heavenly palace, he was a terrifying existence that no one could defeat. With Chou Ziming's ruthlessness, if he were to find out that his juniors had been bullied by them, their fates would be terrible. Bai Luo laughed. He suddenly felt a pain in his chest, but his mind relaxed. The pain assaulted him. Zhang Yu's expression changed. "Brother Bai, what happened?" Bai Luo let out a bitter laugh. "I was careless and was injured by this thief." Zhang Yu rolled his eyes, looking at Su Yu coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Humph! You dare touch him. It would have been fine if I had not seen him. Since I have, I can only seek justice for his senior." At that moment, A majestic vital energy surged out of his body. He was a half-fairy with a vital energy crystal. Chapter 5:20. It was obvious that Zhang Yu had mistaken Bai Luo and the rest as Chou Ziming's juniors, disciples of the soul-seizing palace. He had been so polite, even willing to stand up for them, all so that he could leave a good impression and not offend them. Zhang Yu froze, his eyes turning. He immediately understood the meaning behind Su Yu's words. In fact, he had his suspicions as well. These people did not look like disciples of the demon faction. From their clothing, they looked more like wandering cultivators. But he would rather believe it than not believe it. He did not want to offend a demon like Chou Ziming unknowingly. "Lad, what are you talking about? I do not understand." Zhang Yu grunted, taking a step forward, the killing intent on his face undiminished. Seeing this, Su Yu let out a cold laugh. "You are just pretending not to understand." He took this sword from my hands. As for the senior relationship he spoke of, it was naturally between him and me. It has nothing to do with Chou Ziming. These words caused the two juniors to reveal expressions of understanding. No wonder these people were unfamiliar. They were wandering cultivators who had entered the mysterious heavenly stage, just like them. They did not look like disciples of the soul-seizing palace. Hearing Su Yu's words, they finally understood. Zhang Yu was relieved, but his eyes were filled with shock as he asked, "The bloodthirsty dagger is yours? Where did you get it?" A look of confusion appeared in Zhang Yu's eyes. The youth in front of them had average abilities, only at the level of a human king. It was hard to believe that he could steal the bloodthirsty dagger from Chou Ziming. Could something have happened to Chou Ziming, and this lad had taken advantage of it? "Of course I got it from Chou Ziming," Su Yu said calmly. The two juniors scolded. "Do you want to die? Answer my questions truthfully." They could not believe that a human king could obtain the bloodthirsty dagger from a half-fairy. As for Zhang Yu, he gestured for them to quiet down, his eyes glowing. "Does that mean something has happened to Chou Ziming?" Su Yu casually nodded. "Yes, he is dead." "What?" Even Zhang Yu was dumbfounded. That fiendish Chou Ziming was actually dead. Who had such nature-defying abilities to kill him in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion? Could he have encountered a monster from the mysterious heavenly palace at the level of the fairy realm? The three of them were shocked for a long time. At the same time, they heaved a long sigh of relief. Their doubts were also solved. The bloodthirsty dagger, which never left Chou Ziming's side, was now in the hands of a group of wandering cultivators. This silver-haired young man had probably taken advantage of the situation to obtain Chou Ziming's treasure. A hint of surprise appeared in their eyes at the same time. If that was the case, the possibility of this lad obtaining Chou Ziming's storage device was extremely high. Chou Ziming had killed countless people and was cruel by nature. The treasures that he had seized were many times more than the others. How rich must his net worth be? You little thieves, you actually dared to covet senior brother Chou Ziming's belongings. Hand it over obediently, and I will return it to the soul-seizing palace. If not, humph, humph. Zhang Yu revealed his ferocious look. The two senior brothers stood on the left and right, surrounding the group of people. The expressions of the 7 lords of darkness changed drastically. The situation had taken a sudden turn for the worse. These people wanted to kill them as well. It was one thing for the two fighters who were no weaker than Long Wuxin, but Zhang Yu was unfathomable. He could easily kill all of them alone. A thick sense of despair reverberated in their hearts. How could they not know that even if Inu handed over the items, they would most likely not escape death? After all, Chou Ziming's treasures had fallen into their hands. "Zhang, you did not dare let anyone leak the news. Belongings? There is indeed one more. If you want it, come and take it." Su Yu's expression did not change. He was very calm. Zhang Yu's gaze turned cold. "You are still putting on an act in front of me, trying to scheme? You are asking for death." In his eyes, Suyu, who was at the level of human king, had average battle abilities. He could easily destroy Suyu. He was merely pretending to be calm to scare them. He gave his two junior brothers a look. The two of them surrounded Suyu from the left and right, while Zhang Yu moved from the middle, coldly surrounding Suyu. Bai Luo's eyes glowed. He took the opportunity to retreat, preparing to escape. Capture him. Zhang Yu grunted. The three of them sealed off Su Yu's escape route, pouncing forward. Creak! But at this moment, a golden light flashed behind Su Yu's back. 3 identical golden swords appeared. The bodies of the swords were simple and ordinary. However, the aura it emitted was enough to make one's heart palpitate with fear and astonishment. Semi-manufactured spiritual artifacts. 3 semi-manufactured spiritual artifacts. The two junior brothers lost their voices in shock, unable to believe the scene in front of them. Semi-manufactured spiritual artifacts were items that only fairy realm fighters could possess. Zhang Yu's brows twitched violently, a sense of impending doom looming over him. His expression changed as he scolded. Leave quickly! There is something wrong with this lad. Whoosh, whoosh. But before the two junior brothers could react, a golden light flashed on their necks. Their heads fell to the ground, their faces still filled with shock. Even in death, they had not realized that they were already dead. He had killed 2 top-notch half-gods in the blink of an eye. Zhang Yu gasped, his soul leaving his body. Without thinking, he turned into a blur, fleeing for his life. But he had only taken 2 steps when a golden light flashed near his neck. A golden ripple appeared, and a small golden sword flew out, circling around his neck. It was a semi-manufactured spiritual artifact with a space element. Zhang Yu was extremely terrified, screaming, "Spare me!" But the small golden sword sliced around his neck, sending it flying mercilessly. As it fell, Su Yu's words drifted into his ears. Cho Ziming is indeed dead, but I was the one who snatched the bloodthirsty dagger from his hands. The person who killed Cho Ziming is you. This was Zhang Yu's last thought, a thought that caused his entire body to tremble. Just what kind of monster had he attacked? Cho Ziming had died at his hands, but he had charged forward greedily, seeking his own death, his eyes closed, his head falling to the ground. The 3 golden swords flew into Su Yu's palm with a gliding sound. Space element, huh? Seems like it is convenient to use. Su Yu had a satisfied expression, activating the golden swords for the second time. He tried activating the space element. The heavenly orchid silver bamboo had a strong space element. Lu Chui had relied on the space element to travel 1,000 miles. The material of the heavenly orchid silver bamboo within the small golden swords was only fragments. Even though the space element was weak, it was enough for the 3 small swords. Chapter 5:21. 2 top-notch half-gods, equivalent to Long Wuxin, and a frightening existence that surpassed half-gods, had been killed so easily. What abilities does he have? This question appeared in the minds of all the lords. Bai Luo's face was ashen. His expression was extremely ugly. Su Yu's abilities were powerful beyond compare. After thinking for some time, a vicious thought flashed past his mind. He leaped behind Lord Yu like the wind, grabbing the bloodthirsty dagger. Lord Yu felt that something was amiss. Her figure flashed forward, wanting to avoid it. But Bai Luo was prepared. He weaved signs with one hand and multiple space vortexes surrounded Lord Yu. After which, the bloodthirsty dagger extended forward, pressing against Lord Yu's back. He let out a low grunt. "Don't move!" The incident was too sudden, catching everyone off guard. How could the people of the Lords of Darkness have expected that their leader, Bai Luo, would suddenly attack his own people? "Bai Luo, what are you doing? Are you crazy?" Lord Qing Zhu said in shock. Bai Luo let out a heavy grunt. "All of you, shut up!" His authority was still present, and the rest of the lords did not dare say anything. Su Yu was a little surprised. He glanced at Lord Yu, who was being held hostage, and could not help but feel suspicious. Logically speaking, his identity as the Black Snow Devil King was somewhat related to Lord Yu. Holding Lord Yu hostage could indeed restrict the Black Snow Devil King. But his current identity was Yu, and he was not related to Lord Yu in the slightest. What was the point of threatening him? Yu, you do not wish for her to die, right? Let me live, otherwise I'll kill her immediately. Bai Luo said coldly, I have already investigated the relationship between the two of you. Your original name is Su Yu, and you have a close relationship with our Lord Yu, right? Oh, had they already investigated Yu's true identity? Su Yu was not surprised. With the power of the Empire of Darkness, it was not difficult for them to investigate his background after such a long time. Lord Qing Zhu's expression changed. He had heard the name Su Yu many times. He had heard it from Lord Yu's mouth time and time again. His name had been repeated over and over again, appearing over and over again. That was Su Yu, the confidant of Xinyue Island, the one who could let Yu see the prosperity of the world in his place. That was the only person who could cause the calm Yu to reveal complicated emotions. That was the name that Qing Zhu hated the most. Su Yu Yu. So what? I don't remember ever having any relations with your Lord Yu, Su Yu said coldly. Indeed, he would not watch as Lord Yu met with danger. However, he would not compromise for a woman he had only met once. After hearing what was said, Lord Qing Zhu's face was filled with anger. He had even forgotten that Su Yu could kill him with a raise of his hand. Shut up. Everyone in the world can say that they have nothing to do with her, but you. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and deep disdain. Su Yu creased his brows. He could not think of how he had wronged Lord Yu to make Lord Qing Zhu so agitated. Bai Luo let out a ferocious laugh. His laugh was unusually cruel. Ha! It looks like you still do not know Yu's true appearance. Among the 7 Lords of Darkness, the only one who had seen Lord Yu's true appearance was Lord Qing Zhu. Apart from that, her face was always covered by a mist, and no one knew her true appearance. True appearance? In that instant, Su Yu suddenly remembered the experience of fighting alongside her in the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds. In that instant, he felt that Lord Yu looked like someone else. Unknowingly, Su Yu's heart thumped. Ha, she is. Bai Luo said mockingly, but his voice stopped abruptly. Her face suddenly stiffened, and her skin quickly turned captivating red. Countless amounts of blood spurted out from his pores. His flesh was drying up at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if all the water in his body had been sucked out. Lord Yu had unknowingly held a pitch-black ice jade needle in her hand. She had stabbed it into Bai Luo's body. The feather needle of darkness is the treasure that the King of Darkness carries with him. Bai Luo shouted in shock. Lord Qing Zhu was also shocked. How could this be? The feather needle of darkness is a semi-manufactured spiritual artifact that only the King of Darkness can pass down. Could the King of Darkness have passed the throne to Yu? Su Yu's pupils also turned serious. The feather needle of darkness? What a powerful, semi-manufactured spiritual artifact. Its use seemed to strengthen a certain aspect of its owner's abilities. Lord Yu specialized in water techniques, and had strengthened her water techniques by more than 10 times. She had so easily injured the half-god Bai Luo. Impossible. The Empire of Darkness is mine. It belongs to me, Bai Luo. Bai Luo let out a furious roar. The fact that the treasure was in her hands meant that the King of Darkness was still alive, and that he had passed the throne to Lord Yu. The next King of Darkness was not Bai Luo, but Yu. Unable to accept this reality, Bai Luo spun the bloodthirsty dagger in his hand, slicing at her beautiful neck. Su Yu's pupils dilated. Lord Qing Zhu let out a loud roar, but it was too late. With a creak, Lord Yu's head flew into the air. But after it flew into the air, her body suddenly turned into a ball of mist. This was the water substitute. Bai Luo's expression changed. He was about to retreat, but there was a flash of water behind him, once again turning into Lord Yu. At this moment, the mist on her face had already dispersed, revealing her true appearance. It was a beautiful and ethereal face that was like that of a fairy from a painting. Her skin was fair and supple, with a tinge of pink within. It was flawless like jade, as if it had been congealed to perfection. Beneath her long eyelashes was a pair of clear and peaceful eyes. They were pure, without any filth in the world. Suddenly, a fairy from a painting who had emerged from the water, untainted by the dust of the world. Her beauty was suffocatingly beautiful. At that moment, hundreds of flowers lost their color. There was no beauty in the world that could compare to the beauty of the lady in front of them. In front of her, all the beautiful things were ashamed of their inferiority. The countless men of the 7 Lords of Darkness were all stunned by her beauty. They had once been curious about the face covered by the mist, but they had never thought that it would be as beautiful as a fairy from a painting. She was so beautiful that it was suffocating, causing the entire space-time to suffocate. Su Yu was stunned. His eyes went from unfamiliar to familiar, then to astonishment, and finally to deep shock. That face belonged to Xia Jingyu. It was the Xia Jingyu after 3 years. Back then, Xia Jingyu had only been 14 years old. Although she was beautiful, she was still a little immature. Now, Xia Jingyu, who was 17 years old, looked as if she had been reborn. She was even more beautiful. Her beauty was dazzling, stunning, and dreamy. If she had been a fairy from a painting in the past, the current Xia Jingyu was a real fairy. Chapter 5:22. Even the enraged Bai Luo was shocked by such a beautiful face. He had not expected Lord Yu's hidden face to be so beautiful. Countless people had been conquered by that beautiful face. Coupled with that indifferent and otherworldly aura, it was even more intoxicating, infatuated, and forgetful. Bai Luo, I did not want to touch you. Even though you tried to kill me many times, I did not want to kill you so easily. You are someone the king has chosen, and I am indebted to the king. Xia Jingyu's red lips gently parted, and her expression was indifferent. However, in the next moment, her bright eyes were covered by a layer of icy coldness. However, you have done something that cannot be forgiven. Bai Luo looked at the feather of darkness needle in her hands in fear. He clenched his teeth, grabbed the bloodthirsty dagger, and retreated quickly. At that moment, Xia Jingyu raised her left hand, grabbing at Bai Luo. Creak! The blood and water in the half-god Bai Luo's body suddenly started to move violently. Bai Luo's body was like a ball of water that was about to burst, continuously expanding. Finally, with a bang, his body exploded from the inside out, turning into minced meat that splattered in all directions. The leader of the 7 Lords of Darkness, Bai Luo, had been killed just like that. He deserved to die under the judgment of the feather of darkness needle. At that moment, Xia Jingyu sighed. You should not have threatened Brother Su Yu. You can threaten me, but threatening him is unforgivable. The faces of the 7 Lords of Darkness were filled with respect. As Lord Qing Zhu pondered, he looked at the rest of the lords, all of them kneeling on one knee. Welcome, King. With the feather of darkness needle passed down by the Empire, Xia Jingyu was already the King of Darkness. No need for formalities. I am only temporarily keeping it. Xia Jingyu waved her hands, helping them up. Her slender hands grabbed the air, grabbing the bloodthirsty dagger back. On that breathtakingly beautiful face, 2 patches of crimson clouds suddenly appeared. A pair of clear, snow-white eyes constantly flashed with ripples of light. She lowered her head, not daring to raise her head to look at the figure in front of her. Before they had met, she had looked forward to meeting him. But now that they had finally met, She felt uneasy and afraid. Xia Jingyu was perplexed by her nervousness and fear. Jingyu. Su Yu didn't hide his excitement at all, and he strode over to her. He opened his arms and wanted to give Xia Jingyu a hug that he had not seen for a long time. However, her beautiful face was slightly unfamiliar, which made Su Yu feel inexplicably awkward. He put down his arm unconsciously and called out her name softly when he was only 5 feet away from her. At this moment, Xia Jingyu was so nervous that her entire body was taut. Her small hands tightly gripped onto her clothes, and her face gradually turned red. She looked like a shy little girl. Seeing this scene, Lord Qingzhu's pupils gradually dilated, and he suddenly felt a heart-wrenching pain. That never-before-seen expression was enough to explain everything. Xia Jingyu had already given her heart to the man in front of her. Su Yu, brother. They hadn't met each other for a long time, so Xia Jingyu didn't know what to do. She couldn't even speak fluently, and it was extremely difficult for her to say the words, Brother Su Yu. Su Yu also felt a bit awkward and didn't know what to say. Brother Yu's dagger. Xia Jingyu handed the bloodthirsty dagger over, her head still lowered, not daring to look at Su Yu's eyes. Su Yu took it, and his fingers inadvertently touched her palm. It was warm and soft, like a ball of water. Xia Jingyu's palm trembled, and she quickly retracted her hand as if she had been electrocuted. Her red face gradually turned red, and her heart thumped wildly. Seeing this shy scene, Su Yu felt a sense of familiarity from the past. It was as if Xia Jingyu had always been the shy in front of him. The unfamiliarity and estrangement faded, and Su Yu relaxed. He laughed softly. After so many years, Jingyu has become so beautiful that I don't even dare to recognize you. A girl really changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. Hearing the familiar voice and tone, Xia Jingyu's nervousness inexplicably eased. At this moment, she finally raised her head and looked at Su Yu. It was still that handsome face, and it was still that pair of deep black eyes. The only difference was that the eyes that had once been mature and wise, as well as the youthful face that didn't match them, were gone. Moreover, Su Yu had grown a lot taller. 3 years ago he was as tall as her, but now he was half a head taller than her. You have also changed a lot, brother Yu, Xia Jingyu said softly. The two of them looked at each other, then suddenly smiled. To think that we would meet here. Xia Jingyu smiled sweetly. Her smile was like a flower, beautiful beyond compare. Su Yu was stunned, momentarily lost in thought. Su Yu could not help but click his tongue. The current Xia Jingyu was a little too beautiful. Cough, cough. Let's talk as we walk. This is a place to comprehend the legacy. We can enter to comprehend it. Su Yu awkwardly averted his gaze. Sensing Su Yu's absent-mindedness, Xia Jingyu blushed, but she was inexplicably happy. She lightly nodded. I will listen to brother Su Yu. After a pause, Xia Jingyu suddenly asked, What about them? She looked at Lord Qingzhu and the others, hesitating. Su Yu calmly looked back at them. Get them to leave the 5 peaks as soon as possible. It would be best if they could find a place to hide. The dangers of the 5 peaks are far beyond their expectations. The crystal bees and a few Jojo geniuses that we encountered just now were the most common people here. They are not even considered dangerous. Hearing this, the 7 lords of darkness and the others were shocked. That kind of existence was not the most dangerous? Lord Qingzhu was unwilling to let Xia Jingyu leave with Su Yu just like that. But Xia Jingyu did not even retort. She obediently followed Su Yu's orders. She turned to Lord Qingzhu and the others. Listen to brother Yu. His words are not false. I order you in the name of the king to leave the 5 peaks immediately and find a safe place to hide. You are not allowed to leave during this period of time. I will meet up with you when the time comes. In the name of the king, even if Lord Qingzhu wanted to follow, he did not have the guts to do so. He clenched his teeth and left unwillingly. Lord Qingzhu seems to care a lot about you, Suyu said. In their previous encounters, it seemed that Lord Qingzhu was especially concerned about Xia Jingyu. Hearing this, Xia Jingyu was a little flustered. She nervously explained, "We are just friends." "Brother Yu, don't misunderstand." "Misunderstand what?" Suyu was stunned. "I would be surprised if Lord Qingzhu did not fall for such a beautiful woman like you. But if Jingyu were to look for a husband in the future, you should consider it. With your talent and beauty, there would definitely be better choices." Suyu looked down on Lord Qingzhu. He did not know what his character was like, but his abilities did not match Xia Jingyu's. Chapter 5:23. Her joy at reuniting with him was instantly doused by his words. Indeed, Suyu was already a married man, and he had only ever treated her as a close friend. Even though she was more beautiful than Qin Xianer, and even though he was the only one in her heart, Xia Jingyu's lips quivered as she clenched her fists and followed behind Suyu. After hesitating for a long time, she said in a low voice that only she could hear, "What if I wish for that person to be you?" Although Xia Jingyu's voice was very weak, it could still be heard clearly in the silence. Suyu, who was walking in front of her, was startled. He stopped in his tracks as his heart thumped several times. He was an experienced person, and he clearly understood the meaning behind her words. Although he and Xia Jingyu had shared a bed for a short while on Shenhua Island, Xia Jingyu had shed tears because of the damage to her reputation. Although he had shared a bed with Xia Jingyu for a short period of time on the Mystic Moon Island, the Xia Jingyu at that time had shed a few tears due to the damage to her reputation. Since then, Suyu had only felt respect for Xia Jingyu, and he had never had any improper thoughts about her. Since then, Suyu had only felt respect for Xia Jingyu, and he had never had any improper thoughts about her. But now, hearing such words from Xia Jingyu, Suyu did not expect them. As he turned his head to look at Xia Jingyu, Suyu's heart was filled with joy. Xia Jingyu was the most perfect woman he had ever seen in his 2 lives. She was so beautiful that it was suffocating, and her temperament was as gentle as water. She had an otherworldly temperament, and every aspect of her was perfect. Suyu also hoped that his future wife would be as perfect as her. However, he already had a fiancée, and she was not as beautiful as Xia Jingyu. She was not as gentle as Xia Jingyu, and she was not as elegant as Xia Jingyu. But she was sometimes cute, sometimes lovable, and sometimes strange. There had never been a woman who occupied her place in Suyu's heart. Xia Jingyu did not lower her head, but instead looked at Suyu's eyes and waited for his answer. She wanted to answer him now. Suyu muttered to himself for a while, then looked at her beautiful face and shrugged his shoulders. He smiled and said, "I am not good enough for you." There was probably no one in this world who was good enough for such a perfect woman. Hearing this, Xia Jingyu's gloomy heart gradually brightened up and was once again filled with radiance. It wasn't that Suyu didn't like her. He just felt that he wasn't good enough for her. His reply caused Xia Jingyu to heave a sigh of relief, and her face regained its usual radiance. Her beautiful face was so beautiful that no one dared to look at it directly. "I was just joking." Xia Jingyu smiled. Even her voice was filled with joy. Was this a joke? Suyu also heaved a sigh of relief. The 2 of them entered the forest. There were many signs of intruders in the forest. It seemed that they had been broken by someone a long time ago. Suyu sighed inwardly. He did not have much expectation. Sure enough, after entering the heart of the forest, there was an extremely ancient and dilapidated wall standing in the middle. On the wall, there was a residual fluorescent light, and there was a vague, flickering image. As he stood near the wall, Suyu could feel his soul sublimate, and his thoughts quickly entered a certain smooth state. The cultivation technique that was once difficult to comprehend now had a deeper level of comprehension. All of Suyu's cultivation flashed through his mind. Heaven's sun gazing at air technique, Thousand Thunderfinger, Buddhist Saints 8 characters, 2nd grade, clone technique. All of these slowly flowed through his mind like light and shadow. Suyu was excited. He could faintly feel that in this wondrous state, he could quickly comprehend some of these cultivation techniques. But the fluorescent light on the wall suddenly dimmed, and Suyu quickly withdrew from his comprehension. The smooth feeling immediately disappeared, causing Suyu to feel a sense of regret. I'm too late. This wall was once imbued with some kind of great magical power. Anyone who gets close to it can increase their comprehension. But over the years, it has been continuously used by people. Now, the effects are very weak. A deep sense of regret lingered in his eyes. Xia Jingyu, who had been paying attention to Suyu, covered her mouth and laughed. Even Brother Yu has times when he is defeated. In her memory, there was nothing Suyu couldn't do. He had never failed in anything he set his mind on. Suyu laughed at himself. I have suffered many hardships while cultivating in the Jinlong continent. Hearing this, Xia Jingyu's heart ached. She had been extremely lucky. She had immediately cultivated under the King of Darkness upon arriving at the Jinlong continent. She had never suffered any hardship or danger. As for Suyu, he had walked step by step through life and death situations. Brother Yu, if you don't mind, why don't I help you with your comprehension? Xia Jingyu smiled sweetly, extending her fair palm. Suyu froze, not understanding what she meant. Brother Yu, have you forgotten? My divine decree came from you, and we share the same origin. When our divine decrees fuse, you can borrow my comprehension. Xia Jingyu's face was slightly red. This was a unique connection between Suyu and her. In the whole world, Suyu was the only one who could rely on such a method to comprehend with her powers of comprehension. Suyu froze, suddenly remembering that in the evil forest of the sanctuary, he had fused his divine decree with her and had comprehended cultivation techniques together. With the fusion, his comprehension had been even smoother. As for Xia Jingyu's comprehension, Suyu, under his control of time and space, could barely surpass Xia Jingyu's by 20 times. One could imagine how nature-defying her comprehension was. Looking at her soft, snow-white hand, Suyu hesitated for a moment, then extended his hand and intertwined his fingers with hers. Xia Jingyu's heart was beating wildly and her face was flushed. She felt as if her palm was being enveloped by a warm flame, and it was extremely comfortable. Suyu also had a strange feeling. With an embarrassed look, he said, "Let's begin." The two of them sat down cross-legged. With Suyu's pure divine decree, he did not need to deliberately use it to display the lowest level of nature divine decree. Xia Jingyu's divine decree had also reached the shocking divine grade realm, and she could emit the nature divine decree with just a wave of her hand. When the two divine decrees fused, their souls reached a certain resonance. As such, Suyu was able to make use of Xia Jingyu's extraordinary perception. The moment they fused, Suyu's soul suddenly rose to a higher level, and his thoughts became extremely smooth. It was as if the world had never been clearer and clearer. This smoothness, this sudden enlightenment, this ethereal feeling was something that Suyu had never experienced before. Compared to Xia Jingyu 3 years ago, her current comprehension was more than 100 times stronger. In other words, compared to a normal person, Xia Jingyu's comprehension was 1,000 times stronger. Even a divine master would not be able to possess this kind of inhuman comprehension, let alone a fairy. Even the comprehension legacy that Tianjizi had left behind could not be compared to this terrifying state before him. Suyu's heart was filled with boundless shock. No matter how slow he was, he could understand that this was not a comprehension that a human could possess. Was Xia Jingyu really a human? Chapter 5:24. The techniques in his mind were activated at the same time. What used to be a difficult comprehension was now smooth and unobstructed. After the 9 fingers of imaginary thunder had been cultivated to stage 2 top class, it had not progressed any further. Yet now, It was like a geyser that had directly stepped into the third level, and it was swiftly climbing towards perfection. Layers of purple fog appeared on the surface of Su Yu's body. It was dreamy and illusory like a dense fog, but if one looked closely, they would realize that it contained a shocking power of lightning. The fog gave off an unreal feeling. It seemed real, but also like a dream. It was difficult to tell what was real and what was real. At that moment, Su Yu, who was in the middle of comprehension, slowly raised his finger. The lightning fog gathered at his fingertip, sometimes turning into a lifelike bird, sometimes into a worm, and sometimes into other objects. After transforming into dozens of objects, Xia Jingyu, who was at the side, was shocked to realize that the illusions were extremely real. She could not tell what was real and what was fake. This was the last stage of the Thousand Thunderfinger, the Phantom Thunderfinger. Using lightning to transform into anything was similar to an illusion technique. But because lightning was the main element, the illusion technique contained a powerful killing intent. Not long after, the fog around Su Yu's body suddenly became denser. He had successfully comprehended stage 3 upper class. The lightning fog transformed into things that were even more realistic. If one did not see it with their own eyes, it would be difficult to tell that it was an illusion. Finally, the lightning fog transformed once again. It was filled with spirituality. This was the sign of stage 3 top class. Suddenly, Su Yu stopped cultivating. The lightning fog surrounding his body formed a human figure. It was Su Yu himself. His appearance, clothes, cultivation level, temperament, and even his state of life were all lifelike. The two of them sat side by side. Xia Jingyu could not tell the difference between the illusion and the real person. I've finally cultivated it to top class. Su Yu let out a long sigh. He had cultivated the Thousand Thunderfinger for a long time and had finally reached top class. The Phantom Thunderfinger at stage 3 had a hallucinatory effect. This was something Su Yu had not expected. While attacking, lightning could transform at any time. Even Su Yu would find it difficult to deal with it. As for its actual power, Su Yu was looking forward to someone finding trouble with him and testing it out. Su Yu was extremely grateful for such a great benefit. Xia Jingyu's heart was abnormally satisfied. She had never been so happy before. She smiled and said, "Brother Yu, what other techniques do you have? Let's comprehend them together." Su Yu would not be courteous, so he immediately closed his eyes. Heaven's sun gazing at air. Buddhist saints' 8 characters and second-grade clone art were swiftly comprehended in his mind. After a short while, the spiritual energy in Su Yu's body suddenly gushed out from the top of his head while he was training. The spiritual energy then split into 2 figures. One of them was dark green in color, while the other was transparent. This was the second clone. When the second-grade clone art was cultivated to the extreme, one would be able to form 3 clones. However, because it was a remnant, he could only cultivate it to the second level and have 2 clones. But these 2 were enough. At this point, the cultivation of the second-grade clone technique, which was not too difficult, was considered complete. Next was the Provenance Saints' 8 characters and the Heaven's sun gazing at air. Buddhist Saints' 8 characters was a severely damaged remnant. It used to have 4 levels, but now only 1 remained. It was split into entry, lower class, upper class, and top class. Su Yu had only cultivated it to the lower class and could form the word army. When he shouted it, it was as if there were thousands of soldiers and horses. The sound was shocking, and the power was extremely strong. Unfortunately, it could not keep up with the changes in his abilities. He had not used it in a long time. Now was the time to make a breakthrough. Holding his breath, Su Yu quickly entered a state of comprehension. Many areas that he had not fully grasped were now easily comprehended. However, the comprehension of a legendary level technique was still extremely difficult, even with 1,000 times the normal level of comprehension. Immortal level techniques like 1,000 Thunderfinger and second-grade clone art were comprehended in a short while. However, this legendary-level technique was difficult to shake. This comprehension lasted for a full hour. Xia Jingyu had been using her divine decree for a long time. She felt a little dizzy, but Su Yu was at a crucial point in his breakthrough, so he clenched his teeth and endured. Another hour passed, but Su Yu still had not broken through the bottleneck. Whoosh, whoosh! At this moment, two figures suddenly flashed over from the distant clouds. One of them was the green-haired Shijie leading the way. The other was Ming Fei. In other words, it was Shangge, a heavenly ghost with the abilities of the fairy realm. "My lady, it is here," Shijie said. He had been ordered to check on the legacy of the 5 mountains and realized that the 7 lords of darkness and the geniuses of Juzhou were fighting over it. Ming Fei's eyes flashed. She looked at the broken wall in the center, her expression turning serious. "This is the legacy you were talking about? It has long been destroyed by someone." Shijie shuddered, hurriedly kneeling and begging for mercy. But Ming Fei could not be bothered with him. Her gaze quickly landed on the 2 people cultivating below the stone wall. "Yin Yu." Ming Fei froze. Previously in the stone forest, Su Yu had turned the tide. At the critical moment, he had found a path of survival for them. She remembered it vividly. Her gaze skipped past Yin Yu and landed on Xia Jingyu beside him. At first, she was confused. She felt that the clothes and figure were familiar. After a closer look, her eyes were filled with killing intent. "It's you! My servant, you?" Ming Fei raised her brows, a murderous look on her face. When she sensed that Yu had entered a critical stage of her cultivation, she could not help but let out a cold laugh. "You did not expect to meet me here, did you? Did you and the Black Snow Devil King harm me badly?" Because of their betrayal, she had been severely injured by the sloppy old man and had yet to recover. She still bore a grudge against him to this day. And now, she had met one of them, Lord Yu. Xia Jingyu could not help but complain. She had to appear at such a critical moment. Su Yu was at a critical juncture, and she could not escape. If she awakened Su Yu, his comprehension would be forcefully interrupted. Furthermore, with Su Yu's personality, he would definitely fight Shenggu to the death for her. If that happened, she would implicate Su Yu. Xia Jingyu let out a sigh of relief, forcing herself to calm down. "Shenggu, can we talk about our grudge later? Yin Yu has no grudge against you." Ming Fei observed Su Yu with a smile that was not a smile. "Hee, I did not expect him to be so lucky to have such a beautiful lady like you protecting him. His luck with women is not bad. Speaking of which, I owe him a favor for being able to reach the 8th level of the Divine Pavilion alive. I didn't intend to make things difficult for him. I still do things like repaying a debt of gratitude from time to time." Hearing this, Xia Jingyu let out a long sigh, but suddenly Shengge let out a cold laugh. "But I have changed my mind. The more you care about him, the more I cannot let him go. This is the price for betraying me. Furthermore, he has a few decent treasures on him that are suitable for me. I cannot think of a reason to let him go." The Dry Cloud 5 elemental formation and the Eternal Stone King armor were precious items to the injured Ming Fei. Xia Jingyu froze, her expression bitter as she looked at Su Yu apologetically. Creak! Xia Jingyu took out the feather needle of darkness from her sleeves, calmly saying, "This semi-manufactured spiritual artifact can temporarily push my cultivation level to the fairy realm. Once I reach the limit of the fairy realm, I will be transported out. At that time, it will be impossible for you to take revenge. Of course, before I leave, I will use one last attack to force you out. At that time, you, with your true form exposed, will be transported out as well." Ming Fei observed the feather needle of darkness, her expression turning serious. "Very good. You still have such a treasure. I have underestimated the Zhenlong continent. But if you are threatening me, You have miscalculated. Even if I have to sacrifice this body of mine, I will kill the both of you." Ming Fei's expression was filled with stubbornness. Xia Jingyu's expression changed. As a ghost, Shengo was stubborn. Her threat just now had the opposite effect. If that was the case, she could only activate the feather needle of darkness to break through the limit and perish together with Shanga. But at that moment, Shangu suddenly said, "But there is no meaning in killing you, just like that. If you can withstand a palm from me, I can consider letting the both of you go." Withstand a palm? Even if her cultivation level was restricted to below the fairy realm, it would not be a problem for her to use it to the limit of the immortal realm. That kind of attack would definitely kill her. It looked like a fair suggestion, but it was actually filled with killing intent. There was no way she could survive. Think about it carefully. Rather than letting the both of you die together, why not help the other person? I have been extremely benevolent toward the both of you. Xia Jingyu struggled for a moment, looking at Suyu. Finally, she clenched her teeth. "Fine, I agree." Using the feather needle of darkness to strengthen her water-based cultivation techniques might still be possible, even though the chances were slim. "Hee, since you have made up your mind, stand still obediently." A cruel smile flashed past Ming Fei's eyes. She had broken through to the fairy realm many years ago. She was completely confident that she could kill a human king with a treasure. In her eyes, Suyu was just trying his luck and seeking his own death. Once she was killed, Yin Yu's fate would not be any better. Xia Jingyu looked at Suyu deeply, taking in his face for the last time. After committing his face to memory, Xia Jingyu prepared to turn around. Suddenly, her palm was grabbed by a warm and strong hand. Suyu, who was sitting cross-legged, had opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with emotion. At this moment, the only person who would die for him without hesitation was Xia Jingyu. "You have given up on your cultivation?" Xia Jingyu's face was filled with guilt. "I'm sorry I have implicated you." Suyu looked at her deeply, at this pure and beautiful girl. His heart was filled with gratitude. He smiled. "My cultivation technique is important, but you are more important." At that moment, Xia Jingyu's heart thumped wildly. Her face turned red, her heart filled with an indescribable joy. Gently pulling Xia Jingyu's body back, Suyu took a step forward. His calm gaze landed on Ming Fei. "The grudge between us shall end here," he said calmly. "From the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds to this place, there was indeed a need to end things, to make up for the 3 chapters that had erupted the day before. Chapter 525. Settle it? With just you?" Ming Fei did not reply. Instead, Shi Jie took a step forward, casually sizing up Suyu. A genius of Jiuzhou? His chin was raised, full of arrogance, as if he was questioning Suyu. Suyu's eyes were focused on Ming Fei. With his soul eyes, he could see Shen Ji's virtual image on her body. As for Shi Jie's questioning, Suyu turned a deaf ear. "Do I need to repeat what I asked you?" Shi Jie crossed his arms, extremely confident. "You really think you can look down on me just because you are from the Jiuzhou returning principal palace?" Hearing this, Suyu glanced at him, indifferently saying, "Don't you know my background? Why ask so many times?" In the stone forest, Suyu had shone brilliantly. Shi Jie had been at the side. How could he not recognize Suyu? Purposely questioning Suyu to gain the right to speak. Hearing such an answer, Shi Jie became serious, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. "It seems that you really think too highly of yourself." Suyu once again looked at Shengo, ignoring Shi Jie. Shingo, on the other hand, smiled faintly and did not stop Shi Jie. "Humph, you want to settle your grudge with my master? Let me test you first to see if you have the right to do so." Shi Jie's green hair glowed with a green light, his body surrounded by a cool breeze. His figure blurred and disappeared. The Shi clan, one of the 8 great ancient clans, had unique movement techniques. However, just as he was about to reach her, Xia Jingyu shifted her feet and calmly said, "I think it's better for me to face you again." On the mysterious heavenly stage, Shi Jie had fought with Xia Jingyu, but he had been defeated in 3 moves. With a whistle in the air, Shi Jie's figure appeared. His eyes were filled with a cold smile. "Lordy Yu, the humiliation from that defeat has been etched in my heart. I have long wanted to fight you again to avenge my humiliation. Since you are willing to fight, I shall accept your challenge. But this time, I am afraid the victor between us will be reversed. After Master's guidance, I am no longer the Shi Jie of the past." Shi Jie's body was bursting with confidence. Xia Jingyu's expression was still calm, but there was a hint of fear in her eyes. When she had fought with Shi Jie that day, it could be said that she had easily suppressed him without any difficulty. It had only been 2 months, but he was already this confident. There must be some clues. "Prepare to receive my attack." Shi Jie's whole body erupted with an extremely strong aura, and there was even a faint trace of true qi flowing. Su Yu's gaze swept past his dantian, and he could not help but be slightly surprised. Vital energy crystals. Back at the heavenly mystery platform, he was just an ordinary human king. In such a short time, not only did he break through to the demigod realm, but he also successfully condensed a vital energy crystal and became a half-immortal. However, after thinking about it, it was understandable. Su Yu was able to undergo a complete transformation and obtain an unimaginable increase in his abilities, let alone Shi Jie, who was following a fairy realm. Xia Jingyu also sensed that something was wrong from the aura. Her eyes flashed, and she immediately made her move. The mist around his body condensed into 12 water dragons. In the past, it was precisely this kind of move that had beaten Shi Jie to the point where he couldn't even fight back and ended up in a sorry state. Now, facing the same move again, Shi Jie revealed a mocking smile. "Still the same water path? All right, I'll let you see the difference between us today. Whirlwind and clouds." Shi Jie's figure spun on the spot, and with him as the center, a green tornado suddenly appeared. The wind was filled with shocking wind energy, already exceeding that of a normal wind origin. The 12 water dragons roared as they charged toward Shi Jie. He wore a cold smile, lifting his finger and pointing. At once, the green tornado moved horizontally. The 12 water dragons tried to go around the tornado, but when they were within 1,000 feet of the tornado, they met with an unimaginable force that swept the 12 water dragons into the tornado. After a moment of stalemate, the 12 water dragons were sucked into the tornado like fallen leaves. They were torn into pieces by the tornado at a speed visible to the naked eye. After fighting for 2 months, Shi Jie had achieved a complete victory. Too weak. Shi Jie shook his head coldly, his face filled with mockery. If this is the abilities of the 7 Lords of Darkness, it is too disappointing. Xia Jingyu's expression was calm, her hands forming signs at the same time. This time it was not 12 water dragons, but 30 water path techniques that were used at the same time. All sorts of techniques with different powers suppressed Shi Jie at the same time. The combined power was more than 10 times that of the water dragons. "Oh, looks like you have made some progress, but," Shi Jie casually commented, "but you are still too weak. Destroy." Shi Jie's eyes flashed coldly, his 5 fingers pressing downwards. With a loud rumble, 9 more tornadoes appeared around the tornado. The 10 tornadoes merged into one, becoming a giant dragon that was 10,000 feet tall, shaking the entire forest and setting off waves of wind. With an angry roar, the wind dragon stirred. The many combined techniques that attacked were not even able to penetrate the wind dragon in the slightest. They were crushed by the wind dragon's absolute power. After his strength had increased, Shi Jie was terrifying. Too weak. Shi Jie could not hide the madness on his face. He looked up to the sky and laughed. Do you dare to be a little stronger? Xia Jingyu's footsteps slowly retreated, but her hands continued to display her techniques, one after another, one after the other. Shi Jie, who was standing in the air, was full of vigor. With a wave of his hand, he commanded the wind dragon to crush everything. Weak, too weak. Is this all you have? After 10 rounds, Shi Jie completely crushed her, laughing maniacally. There was nothing more exhilarating than to trample on an old enemy. Xia Jingyu's face turned slightly pale, retreating continuously. At this moment, she had already retreated to Su Yu's side. Shi Jie's eyes glowed. It's over. How disappointing. The geniuses of the Empire of Darkness only amount to this. You did not even make me use my full strength. He pointed with both hands, and the wind dragon descended from the sky with the power to devour mountains and rivers. It completely enveloped Xia Jingyu, swallowing her in one gulp. With the tearing power of the wind dragon, Xia Jingyu could only be torn apart on the spot. The wind dragon descended with a loud rumble. At the moment when it was about to devour Su Yu, who had been standing with his hands clasped behind his back and silently observing the battle, finally moved. He extended a hand, pointing toward the sky. The wind dragon, which was roaring madly and descending, was actually stopped in midair by this finger. Its giant body swayed wildly in the air, but the dragon's head could not break the finger in the slightest. Illusory thunder! Su Yu's expression was calm, spitting out 2 words. At that moment, a shocking scene occurred. The thunder fog on the surface of Su Yu's body surged, turning into a giant 10,000 zhang long lightning dragon, released from the tip of his finger. The lightning dragon flew through the air, opening its mouth to swallow the 10,000 zhang wind dragon. The giant wind dragon struggled within the lightning dragon's body, but with a cold grunt from the lightning dragon, its body reverberated with the sound of thunder. The struggling roar of the wind dragon came to an abrupt stop. The lightning dragon also dissipated, turning into a ball of thunder fog, returning to Su Yu's body. In the time it took to take a breath, the wind dragon was destroyed. Su Yu had destroyed the azure dragon with 1 finger. Chapter 5:26. With just a finger, Su Yu had destroyed his most powerful wind dragon. That domineering stance, that invincible state, caused Shi Jie's heart to beat wildly. But what made his pupils shrink was that Su Yu, who had been standing at his original position, had disappeared like the wind. It was a remnant image, and at this moment, like a ghost, a figure appeared behind him with his back facing him. Shi Jie felt a pain in his abdomen. Looking down, he saw that his chest had been pierced through by a finger-sized bloody hole. The remaining bolts of lightning were gradually dispersing. The figure with his back facing him was holding a thunder sword formed from the thunder mist in his hand. He had not even noticed that he had been injured. As the pain assaulted him, Shi Jie's vision darkened as his body fell. As he fell, he could see the sky getting further and further away. He could also see the silver-haired figure standing in the air, not even looking at him. That inhuman, terrifying figure. 1 move, just 1 move, destroying the wind dragon and heavily injuring him. In fact, if Su Yu wanted to kill him, he could do so with a thought. At this moment, there was only 1 thought in his mind. Su Yu was too terrifying. Su Yu calmly looked at the falling Shi Jie, shaking his head in disappointment. Too weak. Shi Jie, who had been shouting that Xia Jingyu was too weak, had received the same evaluation from Su Yu. At this moment, Su Yu floated down and landed beside Xia Jingyu. He grabbed her fair hand and injected spirit energy into it to help her recover. He could not help but scold her. You had the feather needle of darkness. With his abilities, he would not have lasted more than 3 moves from you. Why didn't you use it? When Xia Jingyu heard Su Yu's stern rebuke, she became slightly embarrassed. Her face became slightly flushed as she lowered her head like a child who had made a mistake. She then said in a low voice, "Since Shanggu is here, how could I dare to injure him?" Rather than saying she was fighting Shijie, it was more accurate to say she was observing Shang Ji's expression. If she injured Shijie and provoked Shanggu, who was at the fairy realm, to attack, things would become very troublesome. Knowing what she was thinking, Su Yu sighed. "Sorry for making things difficult for you, but don't do it again. The earlier I did it, you would not have had the chance to compromise." The domineering order that could not be disobeyed made Xia Jingyu's heart feel strange. She nodded obediently without any resistance. He stared at Xia Jingyu for a while with a slight headache. She would always do something stupid and self-sacrificing. Su Yu was always worried that one day she would make a sacrifice that Su Yu could not bear. Pa pa pa! Ming Fei waved her sleeves, and a gust of wind caught Shijie. She landed on the ground, but her gaze was fixed on Su Yu. She was unusually interested, and could not help but applaud, smiling sweetly. "Your immortal level technique is at the top class, and it is a special lightning technique. If I am not wrong, your lightning technique also contains a shred of disastrous thunder." Su Yu patted Xia Jingyu's shoulder and asked her to step back. "Do you have anything to say?" Su Yu asked calmly. Ming Fei pursed her lips and smiled. "I'll give you a chance. During this period of time in the Heavenly Mystery Palace, follow me. Even a mediocre person like Jie can be seen in a new light, let alone someone with extraordinary talent like you. Following me will bring you unimaginable benefits." Hearing this, Su Yu's expression was calm. He shook his head without hesitation. "No need. I think you will not wish for me to continue following you." But Ming Fei's lips curled into a faint smile. "Is that so? I think you will be very willing." Suddenly, a black light flashed in Ming Fei's eyes, radiating a strange ripple. The ripple appeared on the soul level and could not be blocked. It directly invaded Su Yu's soul. Ming Fei's face revealed a proud smile. "None of the people I fancy can escape from my palm." After his soul was invaded, Su Yu's expression was calm. He let out a faint smile. "Haha, long time no see. Still using the heavenly ghost mind planting technique?" Ming Fei was shocked. "It has no effect on you?" "Impossible. How did you do it? Also, how do you know that this is the heavenly ghost mind planting technique? What do you mean by long time no see?" Su Yu let out a faint smile, a layer of blood red mist rising from his body. Even his silver hair was dyed red. Apart from the mask, it was the Black Snow Devil King. "Ha, Shanggu, are you not going to call me Brother Black Snow?" Su Yu teased. In the past, Shanggu had pretended to be a 4- or 5-year-old girl, sweetly hugging her brother and sister. Blood hair. In Ming Fei's mind, a figure that overlapped with it suddenly appeared. Back in the stone forest, when she first saw the silver-haired Inu, she had felt that he looked familiar. But she could not connect that handsome, silver-haired kid with the ferocious, blood-haired, black Snow Devil King. Now, she finally understood why he looked familiar. That figure was extremely similar. Black, Snow, Devil, King. Ming Fei clenched her teeth, her face becoming blurry. It was Shanggu who was within her body. She was so agitated that she almost came out. Thud, thud, thud. Her beautiful eyes were as wide as bells, unable to believe what she was seeing. The Black Snow Devil King, who had fought alongside her in the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds, who had a telepathic connection with her, was Su Yu. For a moment, the Black Snow Devil King made her feel like she did when she was with Su Yu. Because of that, she had secretly blamed herself for developing feelings for men other than Su Yu. Unexpectedly, the only reason she had a good impression of him was because he was Su Yu. The shred of guilt in her heart disappeared in an instant. It turned out that the person she had desperately wanted to meet had long since been arranged by fate. Su Yu noticed the change in her expression. He turned and smiled. In the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds, he had felt that Lord Yu was extremely similar to Xia Jingyu. To think that it was true, that miraculous encounter caused the two of them to smile as they looked at each other. Enough! You two! This pair of bastards! Ming Fei gnashed her teeth in hatred. EU and Black Snow. The two of them had caused her to lose face, especially Suyu. He had pretended to be controlled by the heavenly ghost mind planting technique, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Not only had she helped Suyu improve his body, but she had also helped him snatch the Cosmos Thundersword. More importantly, she had even prepared 2 vital energy crystals for him. Her original intention was for him to break the seal and release her. In the end, at the last moment, this fellow had used her modified body, the Cosmos Thunder sword she had snatched, and the vital energy crystals she had prepared to turn around and attack her. Because of him, she had ended up with a body full of injuries. How could she forget such a shameful past? Ah, you two bastards, I will not forgive you. The more Shenggu thought about it, the angrier she became. Suyu smiled. Is that so? I did not intend to forgive you. Shenggu clenched her teeth. You can't even protect yourself, and you still want to harm me? Suyu nodded without hesitation, pointing at Shenggu. That's right. From today onwards, you are my servant. No matter who you were in the past or what status you had, from now on, you only have one identity. You are my servant. I will take you today. Chapter 5:27. Slave? Not only was Shenggu stunned, even Xia Jingyu was stunned. They had experienced Shang Ji's abilities before in the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds. The absolute difference between them made them despair. Where did Suyu get the courage to subdue her and make her his slave? His tone was shockingly arrogant. Even the sloppy old man guarding the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds would not dare to make such a claim. Shenggu could not help but laugh in anger. Inu, Black Snow Devil King, do you really think that my cultivation level is restricted and I am no different from a normal half-fairy? Her abilities were a level higher than Cho Ziming's. Under the circumstances where their cultivation levels were the same, her magical techniques were naturally not something a normal half-fairy could compare to. Suyu was calm. Why don't you try and find out? Suyu's eyes glowed. His body was filled with lightning fog, transforming into various agile forms. In the end, it became a 10-zhang-long chain. Xingji's laughter gradually faded, replaced by a murderous aura. She said coldly, "The Thunder Dao does have some restraining effects on ghosts like us. However, your Thunder Dao is far from being able to restrain me." Whoosh! A breath ago, Shenggu was still standing at the same spot, speaking. A breath later, she had disappeared. When she reappeared, she was beside Suyu like a ghost. Xia Jingyu's heart clenched. Teleportation! This was not something that could be explained by speed. It was teleportation. Xingji's expression was cold. She expressionlessly extended 2 fingers. Vital energy pulsed from her fingertips as she pierced through Suyu's heart from the side of his ribs. How abrupt was that finger? It did not give anyone any time to react. Suyu could not react either. The lightning fog that he had just formed was instantly broken by the finger. Even Suyu, who was within it, was mercilessly pierced. She had dealt with Suyu so easily. This was unexpected. Thud! The lightning fog dissipated, but it was empty. There was no one inside. Xia Jingyu heaved a sigh of relief. She could not help but wonder, could it be an illusion? If that was the case, how powerful was the hallucinatory effect of the lightning fog? Even the heavenly ghost could not see through it. Xingji's expression was calm, as if she was not surprised. She said softly, "It is indeed an illusion. Although this lightning Dao cultivation technique is only at the true spirit level, it is still extraordinary. When cultivated to perfection, it has a faint hint of a legendary cultivation technique." After speaking, Shang-Ji's cold eyes were like lightning. Her eyes were filled with black mist as she scanned the void. All of a sudden, he slapped at the space beside him. Creak! At that moment, a bolt of lightning descended. It was Su Yu, who was using the thunder escape technique. Xinggu was actually able to accurately predict the location where Su Yu would appear and attack that place in advance. However, Su Yu was already prepared for this. Before he even took a step forward, a small golden sword turned into a golden fragmentary thread and flew toward him. Xinggu had no choice but to retract the palm that she had used to attack Su Yu. She grabbed the small golden sword instead. With a swish, the small golden sword that had turned into a broken thread was firmly caught by a slender, jade-like palm. Semi-manufactured, spiritual artifact. It seems to contain some decent materials. Xinggu was slightly surprised. She looked satisfied. This sword belongs to me now. She grabbed the sword, intending to throw it into her space storage artifact. She seemed to be grabbing it casually, but the golden sword did not budge no matter how much it struggled. Don't waste your energy. I will take your magical treasure. Xinggu felt a sense of satisfaction from taking revenge. However, at that moment, her expression changed. Her hand had suddenly grabbed empty air. The small golden sword had disappeared into thin air. It had teleported away from her hand. Space element. Xinggu was a little surprised. She was a little shocked. She was also angry from the humiliation of grabbing empty air. Semi-manufactured, spiritual artifact. This is what you are so proud of. Xinggu let out a cold grunt. If that is the case, the grudge between us can indeed end here. After speaking, Shang-Ji's body became a blur. She teleported again. At that moment, the dissipating thunder fog had finally dispersed completely. However, it was not completely empty. There was a small sword that was emitting a cold, golden glow. It floated quietly. At the moment when Xinggu teleported, her attention was diverted. A small golden sword shot out without warning. A cold golden sword shot toward Xinggu like a venomous snake, leaving a series of afterimages in its wake. Sensing the movement behind her, the expression of the teleported Xinggu changed. Xinggu had no time to think. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of black ghost energy. It transformed into a ghost face that was as thick as half a chapter. Slap, the golden remnant line collided with the ghost face, but it was as if it had collided with something soft and flexible. Her reaction was fast. The small golden sword was hard and sharp. Moreover, it contained the space element. If she used a hard shield to block it, it would most likely be torn apart by the golden sword. However, the soft shield, which used softness to overcome hardness, cleverly restrained the strong points of the golden sword. In the short moment of danger, Xinggu was able to use her instincts to take the most suitable defense. One could see how experienced she was in battle. I have experienced this many times. It is useless against me. Ghost energy flickered around Shang-Ji's body. A large amount of ghost energy turned into 3 ghost faces that circled around her, ready to deal with the golden sword with the space element at any time. Su Yu's expression changed. He felt a little troubled. The enemy before him was very different from an ordinary half-fairy. However, Su Yu's reaction had always been fast. After one of the golden swords was repelled, he weaved signs with one hand without hesitation. He retrieved one of the small golden swords. The space flickered, and he appeared behind the other small golden sword. 2 semi-manufactured spiritual artifacts made by the same person. It looks like they are a pair of magical treasures. Such wealth is not small. It looks like your luck is not average. To be able to obtain 2 semi-manufactured spiritual artifacts from the relic. Su Yu did not reply. He weaved signs with one hand, controlling the 2 golden swords. The 2 golden swords changed their strategy. They did not attack individually. Instead, They formed a line, connecting their heads and tails as they shot toward Suyu. Shang-gu pointed with her finger, and one of the ghost faces blocked the trajectory of the golden swords. Slap! As usual, when the golden swords pierced the soft ghost faces, they were immediately repelled. However, at this moment, the tip of the second golden sword, which was following closely behind, unhesitatingly pointed at the tail of the golden sword that was about to be repelled. Borrowing the force, the first golden sword, which was about to be repelled, pierced deep into the ghost face. Pooh! The ghost face distorted, dispersing on the spot. Xinggu raised her eyebrows. She raised her hand, and the second ghost face blocked the attack naturally. Pooh! However, the two golden swords struck the second ghost face in the same way. Xingji's expression finally changed, and she sent the third ghost face over. The two golden swords rotated continuously, but their power was gradually exhausted. They were unable to break through the third ghost face, and they were stuck in a stalemate. Shang-gu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Her gaze turned cold, and she opened her mouth to spit out another mouthful of ghost energy. However, at this moment, something strange happened. A third golden sword light had appeared on Shang-ji's back. Chapter 5:28. Even though Shang-gu had been on guard against Suyu, she had not expected the existence of a third golden sword. Su, you actually had 3 of the same semi-manufactured spiritual artifacts. This sword was an absolute killing move. Xingji's heart skipped a beat as if it had missed a beat, but she was a fairy realm fighter after all. Her adaptability was shocking. She was in the air, her hands grabbing toward the ghost face. The ghost face, which had been blocking the 2 golden swords, suddenly spun and appeared on her back. Suyu cursed inwardly. As expected, the killing move was extremely fast, not holding back at all in order to ensure its lethality. In the end, it collided with the ghost face and was deflected. Suyu's expression darkened, immediately controlling the other 2 golden swords. Without the ghost face to obstruct them, they shot toward her. However, due to the fact that they were quite far away, they were not as lethal as the third golden sword. Xingji's eyes glowed with a cold light. She lifted her hand to grab the swords, her body moving to the side. One of the golden swords was caught in Xingji's hand, and the other golden sword was supposed to be aimed at her heart, but because her body was slightly off, it only brushed past her arm, leaving a bright red mark. Suyu had calculated, if it had been a normal vital energy crystal master, even if he did not die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. However, Xinggu was very experienced. She was able to turn danger into safety every single time. Creak! The golden sword in Shang-ji's hand flickered, escaping her control. Her expression turned cold. Even though she had dodged her opponent's attacks, she was still in a sorry state. In Xinggu's memory, she hadn't been suppressed like this many times. But every time, she had met an opponent of a higher level. Only Suyu, a mere human king, was able to completely suppress her. Even though he was restricted by his cultivation level, his battle abilities were shocking. Those 3 semi-manufactured spiritual artifacts were troublesome to deal with. Have you fought enough? If you have, it's my turn now. Xingji's expression was cold. She let out a cold grunt, her formless aura spreading. It was like a tsunami crashing in all directions, silently filling the air with dust. The 1,000-square-meter forest swayed, as if it was about to collapse. Xia Jingyu, who was in the middle of the terrifying aura, had no choice but to retreat. She looked at the scene in front of her in shock. Compared to the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds, Shang-ji's abilities were obviously suppressed. However, her aura, which was at the brink of the fairy realm, was not something an ordinary half-fairy could compare to. Xingji's hair fluttered in the wind, and her eyes were filled with a cold black light. Her entire body was surrounded by a ghostly aura, and ghosts could be vaguely seen. At that moment, a black beam of light shot out from Shang-Ji's left eye. Su Yu's heart turned cold, and a great sense of danger welled up within him. Without hesitation, Su Yu tilted his shoulder and moved 100 feet to the side. The black beam of light pierced through the void and brushed past Su Yu. Boom! A loud sound that shook the heavens, and the earth suddenly erupted from the forest below. Looking down, thousands of square meters of forest had been razed to the ground by the black light pillar. A bottomless pit with a diameter of 5 miles appeared in front of him. That strike had pierced through the earth. Su Yu's scalp turned slightly numb. If he had been hit just now, he would have vanished into thin air without a doubt. The power of this move was no weaker than when Lu Qi used the heavenly orchid silver bamboo. But just as Su Yu was sighing, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. Without hesitation, the eternal Stone King armor appeared on his body. At that moment, a black beam of light shot out from the bottomless pit. It was the beam of light shot out by Shang-Ge. Su Yu's heart trembled. He had barely brushed past it, just as he was about to escape danger. All of a sudden, the black light pillar that had clearly brushed past Su Yu turned around in a strange and agile manner. Its long tail swept toward Su Yu. Su Yu was caught off guard, and he was struck by the beam of light. In an instant, a huge force, like a raging wave, struck his body. Thump! Su Yu's body took a few steps back. The armor on his body flickered, and a faint dent could be seen. The Eternal Stone King armor was an armor with shocking defensive capabilities, but it had actually been dented. It was because of this armor that Su Yu had been spared. His blood had only been slightly disturbed. Humph, I want to see how long this armor of yours can last. Shang-Ge shot Su Yu a cold gaze, and the black beam of light shot toward him once again. Su Yu dodged it repeatedly, brushing past it several times in a thrilling manner. After half a cup of tea's time, the ghost energy within the beam of light gradually dimmed. After a few failed attacks, the beam of light dimmed. Don't you still have the defensive treasure, the dry cloud 5 elemental formation? Why didn't you take it out? Shang-Ji's eyes were filled with suspicion. In her memory, Su Yu clearly had a blue pearl, and its defensive capabilities were no weaker than the broken Eternal Stone King armor. However, Su Yu still hadn't taken it out, and she instinctively felt that something was amiss. You want to know? Su Yu smiled. Shang-Ge felt that something was wrong. At that moment, Xia Jingyu, who was watching the battle from afar, suddenly said, "All right, Brother Yu, I have already retreated 10 miles away." Xia Jingyu, who had retreated continuously, had already retreated 10 miles, leaving only a black dot on the horizon. Su Yu nodded. "Then we can begin." Shang-Ge felt that something was wrong. Her body turned blurry, and she teleported toward Xia Jingyu. A mere 10 miles could be crossed in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, she arrived in front of Xia Jingyu, less than 100 feet away. "I'll capture you first." No matter what Su Yu was plotting, since Xia Jingyu had retreated 100 feet away, it meant that Su Yu cared about her. But with a thump, it was as if her body had collided with a soft ripple of water. Her teleporting body was forcefully bounced back. The huge rebound caused her throat to taste blood and her blood to boil. Not good. It's an ambush. Shang-Ge felt that something was amiss. She lifted her head to look and saw a blue beam of light between her and Xia Jingyu. Ripples appeared on the light pillar, which was caused by her collision with it. The dry cloud 5 elemental formations orb. Shang-Ge was shocked. Her expression changed, and she immediately flew out in another direction. But suddenly, the blue beam of light unfurled like a painting, forming a light screen that reached the heavens and spanned several miles. Shang-Ge was alarmed. Without thinking, she immediately looked for another direction to break through. But there was a continuous whooshing sound in the sky, and light screens of different colors shot out from within a 10-mile radius. The 5 light screens combined into one, completely enveloping a 10-mile radius. The complete dry cloud 5 elemental formation. Xingji's expression turned serious for the first time. 1 orb was nothing. 2 orbs were nothing. In fact, even 5 orbs were nothing. But if 5 orbs formed a formation, its power would not be as simple as 5 orbs stacked together. Instead, it would increase exponentially. She tried to soar into the sky, leaping into the 9 heavens. But the top of the light screen formed by the 5 beams of light was sealed. Following which, she shattered the ground with her palm. Her expression sank when she realized that the ground was also covered by a light screen. Chapter 5:29. When did you set up the formation? Xingji's expression was extremely ugly as she shouted in a low voice. Su Yu had obviously been fighting with her the whole time. So, how could he have had the opportunity to set up a formation within a 10-mile radius? Such a grand setup would require some time. Su Yu strode forward and said indifferently, "Of course it is when I see Shi Jia." Shi Jia's appearance made Su Yu anticipate Shangji's arrival. At that time, he already had plans to subdue this heavenly ghost, so he spent a lot of effort to set up the dry cloud 5 elemental formation before helping Xia Jingyu. You can't do anything right, but you only know how to spoil things. Hearing this, Shenggu could not help but feel resentful. She glared at Su Yu ferociously. She finally believed that Su Yu was extremely daring. She might really be defeated by him today. You want to trap me? Don't even think about it. Shenggu snorted coldly. A black beam of light shot out from her left eye again, piercing through the light barrier. Under such a huge force, the light curtain trembled violently, and a shallow crack appeared on it. The formation had expanded to such a large extent that the light screen had been forcefully expanded, so its defensive power was naturally much weaker. Su Yu's expression changed slightly, and he weaved signs with his hands, causing the 5 light screens to shrink rapidly. Shenggu was anxious. Whether they could escape or not depended on this moment. The black pillar of light whipped the 5-colored light barrier in a frenzy, trying to break it. But as the light curtain shrank rapidly, the effects of the beams of light became weaker and weaker. When there was only a kilometer left, the beam of light bombarded the surface, leaving behind ripples that continued to vibrate. It was hard to break through. Finally, the dry cloud 5 elemental formation contracted and trapped Shenggu within a 30-feet radius. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yu stepped out of the formation as if there was nothing there. He stood outside the formation and controlled it from afar. Shenggu was infuriated. Black Snow Devil King, how dare you treat me like this? I will not forgive you. Hee, I'm afraid it's not up to you, Lord Shenggu. Su Yu's eyes flickered coldly as he clasped his palms together slowly. The 5-colored light pillar continued to shrink until it was only 5 feet away. Shenggu was shocked and enraged at the same time. Ghost Qi surged through her arms, strengthening the strength of her arms. She used her arms to forcibly hold the light screen and struggled desperately. Brat, do you really want to fight to the death? Are you going to be my sworn enemy? Shenggu shouted. This scene was something that Xia Jingyu, who was watching from afar, could not imagine. Su Yu had really beaten a heavenly ghost into submission. At that time, the two of them couldn't even breathe heavily in front of this heavenly ghost, but now they were able to suppress it to such an extent. In just a few short months, Su Yu's strength had improved tremendously. I've said it before, my goal is to subdue you, Su Yu said calmly, as he closed his fingers forcefully. How powerful was the dry cloud 5 elemental formation? Shenggu groaned in pain as her arms bent unnaturally. She was about to be completely suppressed. At that time, she wouldn't even have a chance to resist. At this moment, Shangji's eyes flashed with determination. All right, kid, just you wait. If you have the guts, don't ever come back to the Jinlong continent. Slurp! Suddenly, Ghost Qi surged from the top of his head. A little girl about 5 years old walked out, from the ghost Chi. She was as cute as a porcelain doll and was exceptionally exquisite. At this moment, the little girl's eyes were wide open, and she was staring at Suyu angrily. Once she appeared, her cultivation of the fairy realm could no longer be concealed. In the heavenly mystery palace, spatial ripples instantly descended, ignoring the dry cloud 5 elemental formation and enveloping her. She was heading to the place where she had been transported back, the Jinlong continent. At that place, a fairy realm like her would no longer be affected. If Suyu returned, he would not be facing a half-fairy, but a true fairy realm. "Kid, I'll wait for you at the Jinlong continent," Shingus said, clenching her teeth. She had finally reached the 8th level of the Divine Pavilion and was only a step away from returning to Juzhou. Who could have expected that she would be forced back by a human king-level kid? Su Yu's eyes glowed. "Good. I'll wait for your real body to appear." Creak! Suddenly, a large expanse of golden light flashed in his sleeve. It was a golden ring that was 5 feet in size. Unfamiliar Sanskrit words were carved on the ring, and it gave off a dazzling Buddhist glow. Around the golden ring, illusory Buddhist qualities gradually appeared. They chanted softly, using Buddhist language that could cause one's heart to become tranquil. But when the Buddhist language was heard by the ghosts, it was as if their intestines were being pierced by poison. The moment it appeared, Sheng Ji's expression changed. The Buddhist treasure, the ghost-suppressing golden ring? No. With a furious roar, she forcefully suppressed the crazily churning ghost energy in her body, charging toward the outside of the formation. But it was all to no avail. At the last moment, Suyu did not hold back any longer. He crazily channeled his spirit energy into the dry cloud 5 elemental formation. At that moment, the dry cloud 5 elemental formation shrank. Xinggu was caught in the middle, unable to move her limbs. Seizing the opportunity, the ghost-suppressing golden ring enveloped her neck, following which the golden ring shrank from the size of the class monitor to the size of a fist, locking her neck firmly. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The large amount of ghost fog in her body was released from her body like a startled fish. "Ah!" Xinggu let out a loud cry, her petite body enduring a great deal of pain. She had a resolute expression. "It's still too early to capture me." With a light grunt, a white light shot out from Shang Ji's right eye. The white light was extremely intense. Compared to the black beam of light shot out from her left eye, this white light was extremely strange. It contained an abnormally powerful Buddhist energy. A Buddhist energy that could restrain ghosts appeared in the body of a ghost? Such a preposterous scene stunned Suyu. But the strength of the Buddhist energy was many times that of the ghost-suppressing golden ring. A large opening appeared in the dry cloud 5 elemental formation. Suyu was shocked. In terms of power, the power of the white beam of light was more than 10 times that of the black beam of light. But this attack had used up all of Shang Ji's vital energy. Her body wobbled as she escaped from the opening. At that moment, a thick Buddhist aura circulated around her body. The ghost-suppressing golden ring, a treasure of the Buddhist path, seemed to have a mind of its own, relaxing on its own. Seizing the opportunity, Shenggu escaped from the ghost-suppressing golden ring. She had lost all of her vital energy, as well as most of her ghost energy. Her abilities were greatly reduced. If she were to do it again, she would most likely be subdued. But at that moment, the ripples of space in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion enveloped her, transporting her away. Before leaving, Shang-Ji's face was filled with coldness, and she glared at Suyu. She clenched her teeth and spat out the words, "Black Snow Devil King, I will make you regret this." But Suyu was not worried. Instead, he let out a leisurely laugh. "Do you think you can go back? So what if you break through the limits of the fairy realm? If I ask you to stay, you have to stay." Creak! The sound of a cloth being unfurled could be heard. It was an extremely complicated map. After it unfurled in the air, it spun above Shang-Ji's head. Chapter 530. She stopped the teleportation. Xinggu was shocked. Mysterious heavenly map. How could you have a mysterious heavenly map? Impossible. But she had no time to think. How could she, in her weakened state, fight against the dry cloud 5 elemental formation and the ghost-suppressing golden ring? Her petite figure flickered as she quickly flew into the distance, trying to escape the area covered by the map. That way, the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion could sense her presence at the fairy realm and teleport her out. Seeing this, Suyu grabbed the dry cloud 5 elemental formation and the ghost-suppressing golden ring, then gave chase. He had expended so much effort. How could he let her escape? Taking advantage of her weakened state was the best time to subdue her. Once she escaped back to the Jinlong continent and displayed the abilities of the fairy realm, it would be too difficult to subdue her. Xia Jingyu came back to her senses from the ups and downs of the battle. Her heart was filled with shock, respect, and an indescribable pride as she quickly chased after him. Shang-Gu sprinted in front, but because she was too weak, her movement techniques were not as good as they had been at their peak. Her speed was very slow, and she could not shake off Suyu or the influence of the map. Thus, the three of them engaged in a jaw-dropping chase in the sky above the 5 peaks. A fairy realm was being chased by a human king. What they did not know was that after they left, the bottomless pit that Shang-Gu had blasted open was filled with black blood, giving off a thick stench. After half a cup of tea's time, Shang-Gu had used up all of her vital energy. She had no choice but to land on the last peak, the one in the middle of the 5 peaks. She had gone to the legacy of crafting equipment, elixirs, and perception. Only the most important legacy of materials and a legacy of cultivation techniques remained. This peak was quiet, and it did not seem like a place where people gathered. It was most likely a legacy of cultivation techniques. Suyu locked onto Shang-Gu. Finally, she landed on this peak, barging into a graveyard. Many decaying tombstones had been thrown to the side of the road. Some had been trampled and destroyed, while others were half buried in the ground. The tombstones had been flipped open, and the corpses were scattered everywhere. From the traces, it seemed like they had been destroyed a long time ago. These were the tombs of Tianjizi's disciples and their descendants. In the deepest part of the unmarked burial mound, there were 3 gigantic and ancient tombs. These were the tombs of Tianjizi's 3 disciples. However, the tomb door was wide open and extremely dilapidated. It should be empty inside. What a creepy place. I'm afraid Xinggu will use this place to nourish her body and recover from her injuries. Xia Jingyu was worried. As a graveyard, the ghost qi here was dense, and it was most suitable for ghosts like Xinggu. But the 3 tombs seemed to be very deep. If we accidentally enter one of them, Xinggu might take the opportunity to escape. Suyu laughed indifferently. She can't escape today. With a flash of his eyes, the topography of the 3 ancient tombs appeared in Suyu's eyes. However, all 3 tombs were empty. Shang-Gu was nowhere to be found. Oh! Suyu had a faint smile on his face. He swept his gaze across the dilapidated, ordinary tombs. Xinggu was curled up at the bottom of one of the tombs that looked like it had been overturned. She was smart. Even Xia Jingyu had subconsciously thought that she had escaped into the tombs. In the end, she had done the exact opposite, hiding in an ordinary tomb. If not for Suyu's transparent eyes, he would have fallen for her trap as well. Without waiting for Suyu to attack, the alert Shang-Gu realized that she had been exposed. She broke open the tomb without hesitation, using the little ghost energy she had absorbed to forcefully soar into the sky. Suyu smiled. With a tap of his toes, he spun and charged into the sky, chasing after her. However, the moment his toes touched the ground, Suyu felt a numbness coming from his lower body. A weak electric current that could not be detected flashed past. Sensing this abnormality, Suyu could not help but look at the ground in shock. As if he had discovered something, his transparent eyes shrank. This is deep underground. There was an aura that caused him to tremble. It was in deep sleep. The lightning in his body seemed to be uncontrollable, showing signs of leaving his body. Within his space ring, the prototype fairy artifact, the 5-elemental strong thunder seal, was raring to go. Suyu could not help but be shocked. What kind of terrifying existence was hidden beneath this tomb? Suyu calmly retracted his gaze, not daring to disturb the creature. Based on his intuition, that terrifying creature could destroy him 10 times in an instant. Apart from divine masters, Suyu did not think that there was any living creature in the mysterious, heavenly divine pavilion that could fight against this terrifying sleeping creature. Carefully flying away from the area, Suyu took a deep look at the tomb. Speaking of which, it was strange. Since this was the tomb of the descendants of the Protectors, there was no reason for the Protectors to sit back and watch as their ancestors' tombs were dug up by someone else. Could it be that they had hidden troubles? Remembering this place, Suyu and Xiaojingyu once again locked onto Shungo, beginning their pursuit. In less than 10 breaths, Shengji's face was pale and she was exhausted. Clenching her teeth, she glided to the top of the last peak. This peak was the shortest of the 5 peaks, but it was also the thickest. It was twice as thick as an ordinary mountain. This was the most important peak of the 5 peaks, and it contained the strongest legacy, the legacy of materials. It was said that all of Juzhou's materials could be found there. In fact, there were 2 extremely terrifying materials that had been suppressed there for years. Unlike the other peaks, the other 4 legacies each had a team of protectors guarding them. But this peak was the main camp of the Protectors, and their main forces were all stationed here. Because of the Protectors, no outsider had ever gotten close to it. But one thing was for sure, even the Protectors had not opened the seal in the deepest part of the legacy. The lightning-avoiding silver pearl that Suyu had been searching for was within this legacy. After Sheng-Gu descended, she immediately leapt into the fog, her figure disappearing. Suyu's gaze was like a torch. No matter how Sheng-Gu moved, she could not escape Suyu's gaze. A moment later, even Suyu did not know where they had chased her. He only knew that there were petrified statues of different sizes nearby. They stood within the fog, like ghostly shadows. They overlapped one another, looking extremely eerie. As for the escaping Sheng-Gu, she suddenly stopped moving after entering the petrified statue. Suyu raised his brows. What had happened? With a thought, Suyu's figure came to an abrupt stop, blocking Xiaojingyu as well. Forming a seal with one hand, the scarlet clone stepped forward. Suyu's first few steps seemed normal, but after he had taken 9 steps, his pupils contracted as he discovered that numerous worms were crawling out of the ground soundlessly, and they were silently spitting out a gray fog. The fog swirled and enveloped the clone. At that moment, cracking sounds could be heard as a layer of stone skin appeared on the surface of the clone's body. A moment later, the clone had been completely petrified, becoming one of the surrounding stone statues. These stone statues are not stone statues. They are intruders. A thought flashed past Suyu's mind. He grabbed Xiaojingyu and flew into the sky. Chapter 531. As he flew into the sky, Suyu discovered Shang-Ji's figure through the dense fog. She had also become a stone statue. Her face was still filled with surprise and panic as she turned to leave the strange forest of stone statues. But unexpectedly, she was unable to escape, becoming one of the countless stone statues. Suyu was shocked. It was true that Shang-Ji's abilities had decreased greatly, but it was also true that she had the body of the fairy realm. The gray fog that the bug spat out could even turn her into stone. It was clear how dangerous it was to be turned into stone. Luckily, Suyu was cautious. The bugs were attracted by the clone and did not notice them. However, before he left, Suyu raised his hand and grabbed Shang-Ji's stone statue in the air. Looking at the shocked and panicked expression of the petrified statue, Su Yu could not help but shake his head. Why did you have to do this? If you had listened to me earlier, you would not be in such a state. After saying this, he threw the statue into the 9 jade spiritual pearl. Xinggu had been subdued. All he had to do now was find a way to remove her petrification. After safely exiting the forest of stone statues, Su Yu and Xia Jingyu realized how vast the forest was. They had only entered from a small corner. The real forest of stone statues was endless. Oh, there are still people who dare to enter the forest of stone statues. They really do not know their place. A soft voice came from the clouds, far away. 3 blurry figures had noticed the commotion and rushed over, just in time to see Su Yu and Xia Jingyu leave the forest. Su Yu and Xia Jingyu were on guard, looking over. Bringing with them a cloud of fog, 2 elegant young men in white robes with blades on their backs stepped out. One was in front and the other was behind. The latter was younger, dressed neatly, had a dignified appearance, and had a powerful aura. His abilities had reached the level of a half-fairy with 1 vital energy crystal, and his abilities were unusually strong. The former was handsome and glowing, his face brimming with confidence. His starry eyes shone with a light that mesmerized young girls. His abilities had reached the level of a half-fairy with 2 vital energy crystals. His appearance, abilities, and aura were all on him. He was indeed a handsome man that young girls could not resist. As Su Yu and Xia Jingyu examined them, they also examined Su Yu. Su Yu's silver hair caused the 2 of them to be slightly surprised. However, when they realized that he was a human king, they lost interest. When their gazes passed by Su Yu and fell on Xia Jingyu, both of them were stunned by her beauty. They became absent-minded as they stared at Xia Jingyu's breathtakingly beautiful face without even blinking. Xia Jingyu frowned slightly. She was a little annoyed by this kind of gaze. When she was still a student of the Xianyu Prefecture Training Institute, she could not stand this kind of gaze. After entering the Zhenlong continent and hiding his true face, he felt at ease for many years. In a moment of carelessness, he forgot to disguise his face again, attracting an irritating gaze. With a thought, water vapor filled the air, concealing his face once more. When the corner of her eyes swept over the quiet and calm figure in front of her, the irritation in her heart suddenly calmed down, just like when she used to stay by his side, making her especially enjoy the peace. With their faces covered, the 2 elegant young masters frowned for no reason, as if someone had disturbed their mood of enjoying the beautiful scenery. However, sensing that they had lost their composure, they quickly concealed their displeasure. I am Zheng Zhijing, an outer sanctum disciple of the Yufeng sanctum. May I know your name? Why have I not seen you at the mysterious, heavenly stage? Zheng Zhijing's eyes were only on Xia Jingyu, not Su Yu. It was not that he was arrogant, but to a half-fairy like him, a human king like Su Yu did not have many opportunities to speak with him. Xia Jingyu did not speak, quietly retreating behind Su Yu, like the Ling family's little sister, allowing Su Yu to protect her. Seeing this, Zheng Zhijing was a little displeased. He then examined Su Yu, who was in front of him. When he realized that Su Yu's appearance and demeanor were not ordinary, he was unhappy, secretly guessing the relationship between him and Xia Jingyu. Sensing the indistinct hostility, Su Yu laughed bitterly. He could not remember how many times he had gotten himself into trouble because of Xia Jingyu. What was depressing was that there was no other relationship between them. They were just friends. However, this Zheng Zhijing in front of him clearly had his eyes on Xia Jingyu. Su Yu naturally had no reason to stand by and watch. Is there anything? If there is nothing else, I will take my leave. Su Yu extended his hand and grabbed Xia Jingyu's wrist, pulling her to leave. Wait, how can you say that? Do you know who is standing in front of you? The white-robed man, who was slightly further back, coldly shouted. Su Yu glanced at him indifferently. Yufeng faction, Zheng Zhijing. Didn't he already say that? Are you deaf, or did I hear wrongly? This white-robed man was clearly trying to curry favor with Zhang Zijing, hence his fierce words. Being rebutted by Su Yu, the white-robed man's brows inadvertently revealed a murderous aura. I really do not know if you're pretending to be stupid, or if you are really stupid. Even if you are a wandering martial artist, you should understand that outer sanctum disciples like us are incomparable to wandering martial artists like you. Even if I put it crudely, I still think highly of you. To talk back to me, you are truly ignorant and fearless. Su, you could not be bothered to argue with this kind of disciple. He was merely a disciple who had been pampered in the faction for a long time, and was used to being flattered by wandering martial artists. Lifting his feet, Su Yu prepared to leave. Stop right there. The white-robed man was clearly enraged. Su Yu's dismissive attitude made him feel a little annoyed. How many wandering martial artists would dare to be so arrogant in front of him? If you want to fight, please hurry up. Don't talk nonsense anymore. It will only make people feel like you are noisy. Su Yu's expression turned cold. He could not be bothered to waste his breath on this kind of arrogant person. The white-robed man was stunned. He could not help but laugh out of anger. This was the first time he had encountered such an arrogant, wandering martial artist. He glanced at Zhang Zijing from the corner of his eyes. Zhang Zijing's expression was calm, without any reaction. The white-robed youth understood, tacitly, and a fierce look flashed across his face. Reckless fool, I'll teach you a lesson. Ha! The white-robed man's vital energy surged, gathering in his fists as he punched towards Su Yu's face. This punch did not have much leeway to hold back. Su Yu's gaze turned cold. Xia Jingyu, who was behind him, said gently, Brother Yu, you have fought a great battle. Rest first. Let me handle this. As she spoke, a black light flashed in her palm. A feather needle of darkness appeared in her palm. She imbued some spirit energy into it, causing it to shine with a black light. Xia Jingyu weaved signs with one hand. The water-based cultivation technique in her body was strengthened by more than 5 times. With a whistling sound, a Tenjong thick water dragon drilled out of the ground. It roared as it charged toward the white-robed man to block the punch. The power of the punch, which was wrapped in vital energy, was naturally powerful. However, the water dragon, which was formed by water, was shattered after a short moment. But the white-robed man himself was forced back a few steps. There were some faint green marks on his fist. It seemed like he had been injured. Suppressing his anger, the white-robed man took out a saber-shaped treasure. It was a high-grade divine artifact, and it emitted a sharp blade. However, just as the treasure was taken out, 9 water dragons appeared, each more than twice as strong as the previous one. The white-robed man, whose face was filled with anger, was shocked. What was going on? Why had his abilities increased so much in such a short time? Moreover, this was definitely not a battle power that a human king could unleash. In his shock, the white-robed man hurriedly slashed with his saber. Saber energy crisscrossed. After a few consecutive slashes, he finally shattered a few of the water dragons. However, the next 3 dragons charged forward like a torrent. Puff, puff, puff! After suffering 3 consecutive attacks, the saber in his hand flew out of his hand. The blood in his body surged, and he spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Bright red blood covered half of his face, making him look miserable and wretched. Xia Jingyu waved her hand, retrieving the water dragons. She calmly said, You are not even comparable to me. How dare you challenge Brother Yu? In her heart, Brother Su Yu had always been so powerful that people would lose the will to surpass him. He had been, was, and would always be. Chapter 532. The white-robed figure flew backward. His chest was in pain, and his eyes were burning with anger. He was not even as good as a loose cultivator. From his tone, it seemed like the silver-haired kid was even more powerful than the beautiful lady. At that moment, A force enveloped him and stabilized him. Zhang Zijing's calm expression was replaced by a gloomy expression. Lady, what do you mean by injuring my Yufeng sect's disciple? If you don't give me an explanation, the two of you can forget about leaving for now. He secretly sized up Xia Jingyu, as if he wanted to admire the fairy-like figure under the mist. He also secretly sized up the feather needle of darkness in her hand. The power of forcefully increasing one's ability was not to be underestimated. His junior brother was one of the top 10 outer sect disciples of the Yufeng sect, but it was rare for him to be defeated by a human king. The reason was that the semi-manufactured spiritual artifact, the feather needle of darkness, was a great treasure. Aren't you going to be reasonable? When he attacked just now, you didn't stop him. You were weaker than him and got injured by me. Yet you blame me for not showing mercy, Xia Jingyu replied fearlessly. Zhang Zijing squinted his eyes. Lady, I'm afraid you can't explain yourself for injuring my Yufeng sect's disciple. He wanted both the person and the money, a fairy-like beauty and a rare, semi-manufactured spiritual artifact. How could he miss such a great opportunity? I understand what you mean. Make your move. Xia Jingyu's eyes were calm, and her expression was as calm as dust. Zhang Zijing snorted. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Do you really think that you can deal with me just by relying on a semi-manufactured spiritual weapon? Wind shadow transformation. Zhang Zijing shouted, and a pair of green wings spread out from his back, making him look like a green bird. At the same time, his figure became blurry and disappeared. Xia Jingyu's eyes did not waver. She waved her sleeves, and the water vapor within a 3-mile radius suddenly became dense, forming a layer of faint white mist. To Xia Jingyu's right, the mist was moving rapidly, as if something was flying over at an extremely fast speed, revealing its traces in the mist. Cloud prison. Xia Jingyu clenched her fist tightly, and a large patch of mist seemed to gather, pressing towards the center and sealing the green figure that had revealed its traces. The green shadow had no choice but to change its direction. It rushed out of the encirclement and hovered in the air. Zhang Zijing's figure appeared, and his face was filled with killing intent. His water element abilities were very troublesome to deal with, and he didn't even have the chance to sneak up on him. Wind shadow second transformation. It's over. Zhang Zijing let out a light snort, and the true energy in his body surged. Above his head, a giant green bird of 30 meters in size appeared. It was vivid and lifelike, and did not look like an illusion. As Zhang Zijing pointed from afar, the giant cyan bird streaked across the sky and swooped down. The cloud cage was torn apart by the sharp claws of the giant cyan bird. Its body, which was 100 feet long, pierced through the clouds and grabbed at Xia Jingyu. Xia Jingyu's face was calm. She waved her hand again, and a longbow condensed from water vapor appeared in her palm. The water mist in the sky rapidly shrank, turning into an extremely compressed arrow of water. Due to the excessive compression, the water pressure was so strong that it made people shudder. Whoosh! Xia Jingyu didn't even think about it and casually shot it out. Pa! The compressed arrow left an afterimage in the air as it collided with the giant cyan bird. At the moment of contact, the compressed arrow shattered, releasing a powerful wave of water pressure. The giant green bird was shattered by the splashing water pressure on the spot and vanished into thin air. A portion of the remaining water pressure shot toward Zhang Zijing. His expression turned serious as he retreated, looking at Xia Jingyu with a fearful gaze. This woman was not as simple as he had imagined, relying on a semi-manufactured spiritual artifact. That attack just now was a top-class immortal-level technique. Zhang Zijing's gaze flickered, his expression turning cold. Very well, I'll remember all of you. See you at the Divine Sparrow stage. After saying this, he didn't even care about his junior, turning to escape into the dense fog. The white-robed junior's heart skipped a beat, and he fled into the dense fog. But with a flick of Xia Jingyu's slender fingers, 2 chains formed from water wrapped around him, following which Xia Jingyu's 10 fingers rotated, forming a water seal that struck into his mind. This was a water channel seal, similar to Su Yu's Great Thunderheart technique. It could control the life and death of the enemy. Xia Jingyu had only exchanged blows with the 2 of them for a few dozen breaths, but she had already displayed more than 5 different cultivation techniques. And these 5 techniques were just the tip of the iceberg of her water channels, coupled with the feather needle of darkness, which could strengthen her water channels to the limits of half-fairy. Su Yu could not help but click his tongue. If Xia Jingyu were to fight him seriously, the outcome might not be certain. Brother Yu, I'll leave him to you. How do you want to deal with him? Xia Jingyu returned to Su Yu's side, smiling. Her otherworldly fairy aura was tinged with the bashfulness of a young girl. Su Yu looked at the white-robed youth, calmly saying, "Do you know the origins of the stone statue forest? What kind of place is the divine sparrow stage?" Su Yu's eyes glowed when he mentioned the divine sparrow stage. His heart was filled with humiliation, but now that he had been sealed, his life and death were beyond his control. He could only answer unwillingly. The stone statue forest is a protective spell formation before the legacy of materials. There are many insects reared by the guardians, and the petrifying energy they emit can turn all living things into stone. To enter the land of the legacy of materials, one can only walk through the spell. But since ancient times, other than the genius female demon from the previous batch who successfully passed through the spell, all those who barged into the spell were turned into stone statues. As for the divine sparrow stage, it was a resting place that was dug out by the predecessors who had entered the legacy of materials. Later on, it became the gathering place for us disciples who were training. Disciples from all over the world who had entered the 8th level of the Divine Pavilion would gather there. There was such a place. Su Yu nodded. He remembered that Yu Chan had once told him that the disciples of Heavenly Arcanum Palace would gather together to carry out a small-scale trade activity after the trial ended. The location of this event was a place called the Divine Sparrow Stage. He did not know if it was in the same area. Su Yu hoped to exchange for a shred of the blood of a real dragon there. And then do you know if there is a way to save yourself if you are accidentally turned into stone by the insects in the spell formation? Su Yu asked. The white-robed youth shook his head. We outsiders have no way. Only the special spiritual liquid secreted by the mother insects, reared by the guardians, can dissolve the petrification by smearing it on the stone statues. But the guardians want to kill all of us outsiders, so they would not give us the spiritual liquid. Other than the spiritual liquid, there is no other way, unless we ask a divine master to help us. Guardians? Su Yu felt that the situation was troublesome. If that was the case, it would be troublesome for Sheng Gu to recover. All right, I understand. Su Yu nodded. The white-robed youth's heart was thumping wildly. What do you plan to do to me? It was obvious that Su Yu had no reason to let him go. Help me do something. Su Yu's eyes flashed with a mysterious glow. Chapter 533. After some time, Su Yu sent the white-clothed youth off, muttering softly, I hope I do not need it. Xia Jingyu was confused. She only saw Su Yu instructing the white-clothed youth several times, then handing him a multicolored object. After that, the white-clothed youth's expression turned cold as he left. Although she was curious, she did not ask, saying gently, Let's find a place to rest. I will help you comprehend and achieve a breakthrough. Su Yu nodded, choosing a secluded place to recuperate with her. Both of them had expended quite a bit of their energy. As Su Yu was recuperating, his arm glowed with a jade green light. A shred of his soul entered the 9 jade spiritual pearl. Ao Yue greets master. Wu Ao Yue greeted respectfully the moment they entered. Su Yu looked her up and down. Although this woman had a respectful expression on her face, he could faintly sense some killing intent and hatred in her. Well, who would be willing to be enslaved by others? How is the ravine? Su Yu asked expressionlessly. Wu Ao Yue pointed to a green mountain. I have followed Master's instructions and built a thatched hut at the foot of the green mountain. You can rest and train there. The nursery has also been moved to the side of the thatched hut. Su Yu's heart shook, and he brought Wu Ao Yue with him as he headed over in an instant. The thatched hut was simple and quiet. It was elegant and peaceful, extremely pleasant. At the side of the thatched hut was a nursery with 100 grains of supreme growing soil. A snow-white little tree was growing healthily in the nursery. It was the incredible feather spiritual pomegranate that he had discovered previously. The fruits it bore could purify spirit energy. Su Yu had tried it before, and the effects were not bad. The only pity was that it would only be effective when eaten for the first time. The current, incredible feather spiritual pomegranate tree was 3 times taller than when it was first transplanted. It was as tall as 2 people, its branches and leaves lush. Amidst the greenery, there were 3 golden fruits, glistening with a golden glow. It is growing so quickly. Su Yu clicked his tongue. The more spiritual the object, the slower its growth. The incredible feather spiritual pomegranate tree before him was transplanted was 60 years older than before. Hence, it had grown 3 fruits not long after it was plucked. The supreme growing soil is known as the number 1 divine soil. It has a mysterious ability that is hard for outsiders to fathom, especially in the aspect of accelerating ripening. It can be said to be a miracle. Wu Ao Yue secretly looked at the 3 fruits, her eyes flashing with a deep desire. This kind of fruit, when she was in the sect, was not something an outer sect disciple like her could covet. These were the exclusive enjoyment of inner sect disciples. Outer sect disciples needed 3 years of hard work to get one from the sect through meritorious deeds. Currently, her cultivation was stuck at the pinnacle of the demigod stage. Because her spiritual energy was not pure enough, she was unable to convert it into vital energy. If he could swallow a profound feather spiritual pomegranate, he would be able to raise the spiritual energy within the 3 spiritual crystals to the purest state and transform it into true energy. Becoming a half-immortal would be a matter of time. It was a pity that if Su Yu were to sell such a precious fruit, he would surely earn a bountiful profit. As a slave, everything belonged to Su Yu, and he had no bargaining chips to exchange for it. Well done. Su Yu flashed a faint smile and waved his sleeves. A gust of wind blew past and cut down the 3 fruits, which then fell into 3 jade boxes. Wu Ao Yue sneered in her heart when she heard this. Whoosh! A green light was suddenly thrown over. Wu Ao Yue grabbed it, subconsciously. Looking at it, she saw that it was a jade box that sealed the profound feather spiritual pomegranate. She froze, looking at Su Yu in confusion. She saw that Su Yu was stuffing the other 2 jade boxes into his robes, calmly saying, "You deserve it, take it." Wu Ao Yue's pupils gradually dilated, becoming absent-minded. Really? Su Yu glanced sideways and laughed apathetically. "I know that you are not satisfied. However, since you have seen the supreme growing soil, before I have absolute abilities, I cannot let you out, in case you bring trouble to me. During this period of time, you can stay here with peace of mind and help me take care of the valley. As long as you do your best, you will receive many benefits." Knowing that it was indeed impossible for her to leave, her mood dropped, but feeling the coldness of the jade box in her palm, she felt a tinge of relief in her heart. Even though she was forcefully enslaved, the silver lining in her misfortune was that Su Yu's character was impeccable. That day he could have violated her, but he forcefully endured it. Now he was fair with his rewards and punishments, treating her well. With a struggle in her eyes, she secretly sighed. The resentment in her heart weakened greatly, and she could not help but accept her fate. "Thank you, Master, for your reward. From today onwards, I will listen to Master's instructions." Wu Ao Yue bowed respectfully, completely accepting her identity as a slave. Nodding his head, Suyu said, "How did you deal with the items that I received during this period of time?" Hearing what was said, Wu Aoyue pushed open the door of the thatched hut. She had specially made a row of neatly arranged cupboards in the hut. Within the cupboards there were neatly arranged rows of divine artifacts, all of which were obtained after killing enemies recently. In the biggest cupboard, Suyu saw the petrified Shangge. Hee, to think that you would have such a day. A symbol that was a combination of thunderbolt and soul flew out from between Suyu's brows, entering the space between Shangji's brows with a whooshing sound. But the moment it entered, it was forcefully pushed out. As expected, even though Shangji's body was petrified, her soul was still present, resisting forcefully. Suyu smiled. "I am giving you a chance. Do you want to become a stone statue forever? Or do you want to become my servant? If you choose the former, I will grant you your wish and seal you here for eternity. If you choose the latter, as your master, I will naturally find a way to dissolve the petrifying power within my body." Pausing for a moment, Suyu calmly said, "This is on account of the fact that you did not harm me when you enslaved me in the past. If not, you would not have lived until now. I will only give you one chance." Suyu's expression became calm, filled with shreds of coldness. Wu Aoyue, who was at the side, trembled slightly. She suddenly felt the murderous aura emanating from Suyu's body. Her heart was filled with shock. The stone statue that had fallen and was actually alive. Moreover, from Suyu's words, she had once enslaved Suyu. Now, she was facing the fate of being enslaved by Suyu. Who was this petrified little girl? Suyu flicked his finger, and the restriction symbol once again shot into the space between Shangji's brows. The symbol struggled in the space between her brows. Only half of it had entered, but it was unable to enter further. This was a sign that Shangge was having an intense internal struggle. When Suyu's eyes flashed with murderous intent, Shangge gave up resisting, and the restriction entered her soul. From that moment onwards, Suyu could decide the life and death of Shangji's soul with just a thought. Having finally subdued Shangge, Suyu's expression relaxed. "Stay here peacefully for a period of time. I will let you recover your original body." After saying this, Suyu strolled out of the thatched hut. After pondering for some time, he raised his hand and gestured. At once the earth moved. The soil under the ground rumbled, and something rose. Wu Aoyue observed cautiously. After that, her pupils shrank abruptly. She could see that a large nursery of the supreme growing soil had appeared from the ground. The size of the nursery was 100 times larger than the nursery of the incredible feather, spiritual pomegranate. Chapter 534. It was covered in lightning and looked extraordinary. Wu Aoyue was stunned. "What is this?" But after staring at it for a moment, she gradually reacted and gasped. Could this be the thunder herb? Hiss! The thunder herb takes 10 years to mature and is only 1 foot tall. It is said that some of the older ones are 3 feet tall, which means they are at least 30 years old. But they are not found in the outside world. Once the thunder herb matures, it will be discovered by spiritual beasts and eaten. It is rare to find 2 feet tall that is 20 years old in the market and can be sold for a high price. These are actually 3 meters long. That's 3 times longer than the longest record of 3 feet. Wu Aoyue's expression changed. She was shocked beyond words. As expected of the supreme growing soil, not to mention the fact that the seeds of the thunder herb have never been grown by humans. Just its ability to accelerate its maturation in a short period of time is heaven-defying. If these 10 feet long thunder herbs were to be released, it would be unbelievable. The armor made from the thunder herb could effectively defend against the lightning disaster. To Suyu, it was something he urgently needed. With a thought, 3 plucked thunder herbs appeared in the space. One of them was 1 foot long, while the other 2 were seedlings. After a slight comparison, So you realized that the thunderbolt energy of the 1-foot-long thunder herb was 10 times weaker than that of the 10-foot-long thunder herb. Moreover, the 1 zhang-long thunder herb was even more durable, like a colorless colored jade. In comparison, the 1-foot-long thunder herb was dull and dull. Master's thunder herb is at least 100 years old. Its effect is 9 times that of a 10-year-old one. 1 thunder herb is equivalent to 9 thunder herbs. Wu Aoyue exclaimed. Su Yu had a satisfied expression. The supreme growing soil had given him a huge surprise. Yes, take good care of it. When you make a breakthrough to the fairy realm in the future, I can lend it to you, Su Yu said. Hearing this, Wu Aoyue's cold expression could not help but reveal a look of surprise. Really? Just as the words left her mouth, Wu Aoyue's face turned red and she shut her mouth. She could not help but blame herself. You are useless, losing your composure with just a little benefit. Even though she thought that, she could not hide the joy in her heart. The heavenly disaster was like a knife that hung above the head of every person who was about to break through to the fairy realm. Many people had failed under the heavenly disaster because they lacked a strong defense, and some had even been killed on the spot. As an outer sect disciple, and an outer sect disciple who didn't have much to rely on, how difficult would it be to obtain complete protection? However, the thunder herb that Su Yu had promised had completely dispelled his worries. How could she not be happy? Su Yu smiled. It was obvious that the armor made from the thundergrass would not be used just once. So, what harm was there in letting her try it? Do you know how to weave it into armor? Su Yu asked. Wu Aoyue was very excited in her heart. She took a deep breath and suppressed her excitement. She said calmly, I made preparations in the moon radiance, clear voyage. I read a lot of information about the thunder herb. There shouldn't be a problem. Okay, then I will leave the task of making the armor to you. Su Yu thought for a moment. Yes, master. I promise to complete the mission as soon as possible. Wu Aoyue was unable to calm her excitement. She made a grabbing motion with her jade-like fingers, and a jade sword appeared in her hand. She harvested the 10 thunder herbs, keeping 9 of them, and offered the other one with both hands. 9 are enough. Su Yu nodded, keeping the herb in his robes. Then he waved his hand, dividing the entire nursery into 100 pieces of varying sizes. 1 piece was planted with incredible feather spiritual pomegranate, the other with a thunder herb, and the rest were mostly empty. Suddenly, Su Yu raised his brows. I almost forgot about this. Su Yu's heart moved, and 2 golden seeds appeared in his palm. They were the seeds of the heavenly orchid, silver bamboo. He had gotten them from Lu Chui, and they were very precious. However, to germinate these seeds, they needed all creation's old monsters to spend 100 years, using their blood to water them day after day. Apart from that, it was almost impossible for them to survive. But for Su Yu, who possessed the supreme growing soil, that might not be the case. The seeds of the heavenly orchid silver bamboo? Did I get the wrong person, master? Wu Aoyue sucked in a mouthful of cold air, and the jade sword in her hand fell to the ground with a clatter. Su Yu was slightly surprised. Oh, you seem to know quite a lot. For her to recognize the seeds of the extinct heavenly orchid silver bamboo, it was obvious that she was very knowledgeable. Even though Lu Chui had taught her for a period of time, it was obvious that Lu Chui had not shown it to her. I served in the faction's treasure house for a period of time, so I had the opportunity to read some books, and I know a thing or two about Jiuzhou. Wu Aoyue was secretly pleased, and she felt a little relieved. This powerful master also had a side that was inferior to her. Humph! Su Yu flicked his finger, burying the 2 seeds in the supreme growing soil. After waiting for a moment, there were no changes to the seeds. Back then, the thunder herb had germinated the moment it was planted. He waited patiently for another hour, but there were still no changes. Su Yu could not help but wonder if the seeds were dead seeds. Master, leave it to me. I will take good care of it. Once it germinates, I will inform you immediately. Wu Aoyue's face was full of anticipation. The heavenly orchid silver bamboo was the #1 divine bamboo in Jiuzhou. Even if Su Yu rewarded her with 1 or 2 leaves in the future, it would be an unimaginable gain. Su Yu could only do this. He could not stay here for too long. However, before leaving, Su Yu had a thought and entered the other half of the valley. This was the interior of the valley, and Wu Aoyue did not have the authority to enter. When he appeared, he saw 2 figures sitting cross-legged under a large tree. It was Long Wuxin, who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, and Qin Xianer. What surprised Su Yu was that both of them were forming vital energy crystals at the crucial moment of their cultivation. This surprised Su Yu greatly. Su Yu did not find Long Wuxin strange. Before this, she was already a top-notch half-god, and forming vital energy was only a matter of time. But before Xianer entered the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion, she was only a heaven master. In one night, she had actually caught up to Long Wuxin and formed vital energy crystals together? What kind of opportunity did this lass find for her cultivation level to improve by leaps and bounds? It was unbelievable. But thinking about her constitution, which was the phoenix of death constitution that even Yu Niazi had wanted to take as a disciple, it was not unacceptable that her cultivation level was so strange. Looking deeply at Xianer's cute figure, Su Yu was satisfied, and his soul returned to his body. He had just opened his eyes when he saw a pair of tender eyes. Xia Jingyu had long since woken up. Seeing that Su Yu was still in seclusion, she could not help but look at his face, observing every detail. She had a silly smile on her face. Suddenly, Su Yu's eyeballs moved, a sign that he was about to wake up. Xia Jingyu was so shocked that her heart jumped, and she turned her face away hurriedly. Chapter 535. Su Yu was embarrassed. His eyes were blind, and before he opened them, his soul eyes had already been opened, allowing him to see everything that was happening in the outside world. He could see Xia Jingyu's every move. Ever since that question, there had been a tacit understanding between the two of them. Su Yu had gradually realized that Xia Jingyu was interested in him, but he had Xianer first, and he could not let Xia Jingyu down. He could not be thick-skinned enough to accept this friendship. Moreover, if Xianer knew that her fiancé had a secret relationship with her best friend, Xia Jingyu, would she be upset? Let me help you continue your comprehension. Xia Jingyu's face was red, and she hurriedly shifted her attention. Su Yu felt the awkward atmosphere, and he nodded, immediately merging his divine decree with hers. As their hands clasped tightly, Su Yu could feel her trembling nervously. This caused Su Yu's heart to sink. How was he going to respond to Xia Jingyu's feelings? With a heavy heart, Su Yu quickly got into the zone, borrowing her powers of comprehension to continue comprehending the technique. This comprehension lasted for half a day. Along the way, Xia Jingyu had to stop to rest twice, but there was no resentment on her face. There was only unconcealable joy. A day later, Su Yu stood up. The air around him trembled continuously, and shreds of a mysterious aura emanated from Su Yu's body. Xia Jingyu felt extremely uneasy. Her figure flickered, and she immediately retreated, surveying her surroundings in shock. Why is the spirit energy of the universe so chaotic? Xia Jingyu's eyes were filled with wisdom. When Brother Yu was still Inu, it was said that he had mastered a legendary technique. To think that it was true. At that moment, the trembling of the space around Su Yu increased. Black cracks appeared in the space, like broken glass. A wave of space energy descended from the sky, wrapping around Su Yu. It looked like he was about to be transported. The remnant force of my breakthrough reached the level of the fairy realm, and I was transported by the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. Xia Jingyu's expression changed. Luckily, Su Yu had been startled by the strange phenomenon and had woken up in time. The mysterious heavenly map appeared, repelling the space energy and preventing him from being transported. Congratulations, Brother Yu. You've achieved great success. Xia Jingyu's face was full of smiles, as if she was happier than if she had made a breakthrough in her movement technique. Su Yu was also very excited. After being stagnant for so long, he had finally cultivated the Buddhist saint's 8 characters to the upper class and had managed to cultivate the fighting formula. The might of this martial art was a level higher than the Bing character. Its might was not to be underestimated. As Su Yu looked at Xia Jingyu, who was sincerely happy for him, he thought for a moment, then asked, "How can I repay you, Jingyu?" Xia Jingyu had helped him so much that Su Yu didn't know how to repay her. It had always been other people who owed Su Yu favors, but he owed Xia Jingyu countless favors. "I don't need to repay you, as long as Brother Yu remembers me." Xia Jingyu smiled sweetly, her face blushing. "Remember you?" Su Yu's heart became heavy as he felt Xia Jingyu's emotions getting more intense as she grew older. "Jingyu, Su Yu wanted to say something, but he hesitated. He wanted to reject her, but when he looked at Xia Jingyu's bright eyes, he couldn't bring himself to say anything. As if sensing Su Yu's complicated emotions, Xia Jingyu's smile froze, and she became silent. There was still an insurmountable barrier between her and Su Yu. As she thought of this, her eyes darkened. After a moment, she forced a smile. "Brother Yu, let's quickly go to the Divine Sparrow stage. Since everyone is gathered there, there might be people trying to break through the stone statue forest. If there are people who succeed, we can learn from them." "All right, but I need to make some preparations." Su Yu felt as if a huge burden had been lifted from his shoulders, and he took out a set of clothes. It was the clothes of the returning Principal Palace. The people of Jiuzhou do not seem to know that there are people from the Zhenlong continent here, and they think we are wandering martial artists of Jiuzhou. The status of wandering martial artists is very low in Jiuzhou. To avoid trouble, I should continue to pretend to be a disciple of the returning Principal Palace. Su Yu quickly put on a set of clothes with the returning Principal Palace's insignia, making him look even more heroic. Xia Jingyu nodded. "I will listen to Brother Yu." She secretly observed Su Yu, feeling that no matter how he dressed, he would stand out from the crowd. Su Yu, Inu, Black Snow Devil King. Which one of them was not an existence that shook the world? Thinking about this, she could not help but feel proud. The Divine Sparrow stage was not too far away. They followed the direction that Zhang Jijing had escaped and arrived in an hour's time. They were still hundreds of miles away when they discovered traces of people. They were scouting the edges of the stone forest, as if they were looking for a weakness. As they went deeper into the forest, the number of people became more and more concentrated. At one point, they encountered a large group of 20 people. When they arrived at a huge stage that had been flattened out of thin air, they were instantly shocked by the bustling crowd. Looking over, there were more than 300 to 400 people walking around on the stage. Their clothes were all different, and their cultivation levels were all different. They were scattered all over the stage. In an instant, the place was filled with people, as if it was a bustling market. Su Yu was used to a sparsely populated environment. Now that he had suddenly entered this place, he felt as if he had been in another world. But Su Yu was even more shocked. How could there be so many people? Could they have appeared at the 8th level of the Divine Pavilion from the start? At the 7th level of the Divine Pavilion, Su Yu and his group had experienced many dangers before entering the spell with great difficulty. Almost 100 people had died at the hands of the silver puppets. Why were there still so many people? So many people. It looks like the King of Darkness saved a wandering martial artist and obtained a map to travel between the 7th and 8th level of the Divine Pavilion. This is not a secret among the wandering martial artists of Jiuzhou. So many people have taken the shortcut to enter the 8th level. There was indeed another route. The so-called transportation spell that Lu Qi and her group knew was probably outdated information. As for the information of wandering martial artists, They were much more flexible compared to the various factions. There were also some factions that had heard of this news. For example, the Yufeng faction. Su Yu did not remember meeting them at the 7th level of the Divine Pavilion, but they had also come to this place. I heard that on the last day of the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion, there will be an exchange gathering, and everyone will take what they need. Back then, the King of Darkness did not have the right to come to the 8th level, and he regretted it. It is said that the appearance of precious items at the exchange gathering could alert the seniors at the mysterious heavenly stage of Jojo. They would think of a way to open up a crack and cross realms to exchange for items. As seniors, they would not be stingy, and the person exchanging for items would usually get something worth it. What? There could be Jojo seniors exchanging across realms? This was something that Yu Chan had never mentioned. With this, if no one in the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion had found the blood of a real dragon, and the Jojo seniors had shown themselves, they could ask them. The possibility of them having the blood of a real dragon was even greater. Su Yu could not miss out on this exchange gathering. Su Yu observed his surroundings, and he quickly discovered a few familiar figures. Ghost King Bai Qi. In reality, he had noticed Su Yu after he had arrived, and he had been paying attention to Su Yu. The other person was Sheng Xuelian. It looked like she had also avoided the silver puppet and successfully entered the 8th level of the Divine Pavilion. Of the people who had been with them, Yu Chan had disappeared. Lu Qi had left the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion. Sheng Gu had been petrified, and Chou Ziming had died. Only the 3 of them were left. The 2 of them nodded at him from afar as a form of greeting. Suddenly, Su Yu felt an obscure gaze, and he could not help but turn his head to look. Behind the crowd, there was a 14-year-old girl wearing a bamboo hat. Her face was completely covered by the bamboo hat, and only the exquisite curves of her body revealed that she was a woman. Her cultivation base was only at the level of Human King, similar to Su Yu and his group. But for some unknown reason, the moment Su Yu saw the girl, his heart trembled violently, and he had an indescribable feeling of fear. But when he used his soul eyes to scan the girl, there was nothing special about her. Su Yu's eyes flashed with suspicion. Humph! The 2 of you really dared to come. Where is my junior? An unkind gaze shot toward them coldly. Zhang Zhijing wore a cold smile as he looked over. Beside him, there was a bald youth who had both his hands in his sleeves. He carried a big black knife on his back, and his face was ferocious. His gaze was ferocious, and his murderous aura was strong. There was also a bloody smell coming from his body. Under Su Yu's gaze, the ferocious bald youth was surrounded by a layer of faint, blood-colored air current. This was the blood energy that had accumulated after killing so many people. Chapter 536. The King of Killers of the Yufeng faction. Not far from Su Yu, an 18-year-old girl subconsciously glanced at the fierce-looking young man who was walking over. She subconsciously cried out in alarm, and her tone was filled with fear. As soon as he said this, the divine sparrow stage, which was filled with people, suddenly quietened down. In that moment, everyone fell silent, each taking a distance away from the King of Killers, not daring to look at him. This person's name was Zhou Jin, and he was a famous Outer Sanctum disciple of the Yufeng faction. It was rumored that he was one of the 3 Outer Sanctum disciples with the highest hopes of entering the Inner Sanctum. He had caught the eye of a divine Master Elder, and once he entered the Inner Sanctum, he would be taken in as a disciple. His future was bright. In this mysterious heavenly stage competition, he had suppressed all of the geniuses of Jiuzhou. He was as famous as Chou Ziming, and they were known as the 2 gods of killing. In terms of killing, Chou Ziming was only famous for his cruel methods. But Zhou Jin was famous for his bloodlust, and he would kill at the slightest provocation. It was rumored that the people he killed could not even compare to the Inner Sanctum disciples of the Yufeng faction, and he was undoubtedly the King of Killers. Many people had strong opinions about him, and it was rumored that some inner sanctum disciples felt that he was too arrogant and wanted to teach him a lesson. But in the end, the inner sanctum disciple who had already broken through to the fairy realm was injured by Zhou Jin and had to escape. The rumors about his abilities became extremely mysterious. It was rumored that he could have broken through to the fairy realm at any time, but for special reasons he had purposely suppressed it to the level of half-fairy realm, waiting for the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion to carry out a secret mission for the elder who was about to take him in as a disciple. Creak! Suddenly, Zhou Jin cast a sidelong glance at the girl who had just spoken. A thin line of blood suddenly appeared between the girl's brows, spreading from her brows to her abdomen. Then the girl's eyes darkened, and her body split into two with a line of blood at the center. Blood splattered everywhere, quickly turning the ground into a pool of blood. Just like that, this demigod-level girl was mysteriously split into two, dying an extremely bloody death. She had merely been glanced at by Zhou Jin. Such a bloody and cruel scene caused the spectators to shudder, all of them looking away. Even looking at the scene required a lot of courage, much less speaking up for the girl. Otherwise, their fates would not be much different from the girl's, mysteriously split in two. Su Yu was one of the few people who had seen the entire process clearly. The girl did not die from that gaze, but from the black knife on Zhou Jin's back. In the eyes of ordinary people, Zhou Jin merely glanced sideways at the girl. However, in Su Yu's eyes, Zhou Jin had completed 3 actions in the blink of an eye. Drawing the saber, attacking, sheathing the saber, everything was done in one go, as smooth as flowing water. His speed was even faster than lightning. Ordinary people would not be able to detect his movements, and would think that the girl had mysteriously died. Xia Jingyu, who was standing behind Su Yu, couldn't help but shiver slightly. What a powerful blade technique! Its might isn't any weaker than a fairy's. Even if I have the feather needle of darkness, I still might not be a match for her. No matter how strong the feather needle of darkness was, there was still a limit. We've really provoked a troublesome fellow. Xia Jingyu looked at the innocent girl who had died a tragic death, and her heart was filled with anxiety. This person was extremely ruthless and lived up to his reputation as the Killer King. Su Yu's gaze turned grave. Another Chou Ziming? To be precise, he was even more terrifying than Chou Ziming. However, Su Yu did not think much of Zhou Jin's ruthlessness. Even though he was known as the Killer King, from the looks of the girl who had died a tragic death, the people he had killed were far weaker than him. He would fly into a thunderous rage at the slightest offense. He looked powerful, but in reality, this was the behavior of the weak. Those who were truly powerful would not kill the weak to raise their prestige. This person was merely a coward who had been suppressed by the inner sanctum disciples for years and had taken his anger out on the weak. Such a person was not worthy of Su Yu's attention. Are you the one who injured the people of the Yufeng faction? Yes or no? Answer me. Zhou Jin's voice was loud and wild, filled with killing intent. Su Yu did not reply. He flicked out a small fireball with his finger, burning the girl's corpse to ashes. This was to prevent her corpse from being exposed in the wilderness. Creak! Zhou Jin's expression was ferocious. His figure did not move, but in reality he had already struck with his knife. However, in the instant he struck with his knife, Su Yu's body had already been covered by a layer of malevolent armor surrounded by black fog. With an intense vibration, the demonic fog on the armor surged, then immediately calmed down. All that was left was the remnant of the knife energy, spreading through the air, sending chills down everyone's spines. Zhou Jin's ferocious eyes were filled with a shred of surprise. The fact that the other party was able to block his sword so easily surprised him. A semi-manufactured, spiritual artifact armor. Not a bad treasure, I want it. Zhou Jin laughed sinisterly, his laughter reverberating in the silent, divine sparrow stage, sending shivers down everyone's spines. But everyone present pretended not to see anything, no one daring to question him. Even if they also coveted the armor, I'll give you a way out. Offer up the woman behind you, the armor, that jade needle, and one of your arms. You can live. Anything less, and you die. Zhou Jin's words were domineering and cruel. Zhang Zijing, who was behind him, had a look of regret in his eyes. After Zhou Jin had seen the true appearance of the cloaked lady, he would never allow himself to touch her again. She was a fairy from the heavens. Su Yu's eyes swept over, calmly saying, "Why? Because you can only bully the weak? Because you are a cowardly good-for-nothing?" His words were like thunder to the ears of the crowd. Many of them opened their eyes wide, looking at Su Yu in disbelief. Did he think that a single armor was enough to fight against the king of killers? If that was the case, he was too naive, so naive that it bordered on stupidity. However, when they noticed his attire, many people felt relieved. In the end, he is still relying on his faction, using the returning principal palace as a shield, thinking that Zhou Jin would not dare do anything to him. But relying on the faction, isn't that also a cowardly good-for-nothing? Zhou Jin laughed. His smile was even more sinister, with a hint of malevolence. "Very well. You are the only person who dares to say such things. I have decided. I will take back the choice I gave you. You only have one choice now, and that is death. What would come would eventually come. He might as well settle this problem as soon as possible. This person is right. You are indeed a good-for-nothing." Just when the two of them were ready to fight, a clear and melodious voice like that of an oriole suddenly came from outside the crowd. The crowd could not help but shudder, moving away to avoid being misunderstood by Zhou Jin. Behind the crowd, a 14-year-old girl wearing a pink dress and wearing a bamboo hat stood there. Young girl wearing a bamboo hat? She was the girl that Su Yu had noticed, the one that he was extremely wary of. Under the gaze of the crowd, the girl was neither servile nor overbearing, quietly standing in her original spot. Her bright eyes under the bamboo hat looked at Zhou Jin quietly, her lips carrying a hint of disdain.